Chapter 719. A wind wolf lowered its head, its four limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill, the green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Fang Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily, he had a thought: now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage Who Immortal Blessed Land first. After my trip to Northern Plains, the beast groups in Who Immortal Blessed Land have fallen to rock bottom, they are very sparse. I am already selling guts goo, if I carry out the rock men trade, it would be superfluous. Who Immortal is an enslavement path Gu Immortal, Who Immortal Blessed Land is a grassland, it is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage Who Immortal Blessed Land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape immortal essence production will be higher. Little Who Immortal can use this green grape immortal essence to reduce my own immortal essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge Who Immortal Blessed Land, the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his third test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Fang Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Fang Yuan did not care about the appearance, he cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Fang Yuan's speed, and at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones, and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Fang Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings, there were many goo worms. These goo worms living in the bat wing flesh skin goo could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No. It was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Fang Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move true solid bat wings than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone. This was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Fang Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation. If his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal goo like worldly wave trace or rising azure cloud. But if Fang Yuan met plump lady again, with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Fang Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Fang Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was almost zero. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Fang Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put in effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings. He could feel the strength of the air currents, and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb. This allowed Fang Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Fang Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my worldly wave trace immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was a strength path Gu immortal. He had a strength path immortal body. Worldly wave trace immortal Gu had the law of water path. When Fang Yuan used this immortal Gu, water path and strength path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a fire path Gu immortal used worldly wave trace immortal Gu, their speed would be even slower than Fang Yuan. It was most suitable for water path Gu immortals. Using the same immortal Gu would expend the same amount of immortal essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using worldly wave trace immortal Gu. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal Gu, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to immortal Gu. Using Gu, nurturing Gu, and refining Gu, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if Gu immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner was the rank 8 Gu immortal 7-star child from 1,700 years ago. 7-star child had died long ago. In Fang Yuan's previous life, one day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from the sky of Central Continent, breaking into dozens of immortal aperture fragments that scattered all over Central Continent. Fang Yuan was already a Gu immortal, but he could not enter this Grotto Heaven fragment. The Grotto Heaven fragment world was already very weak. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was too high. If he entered, he would directly shatter the extremely weak Grotto Heaven fragment. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Bloodwing Demon sect and a group of elite subordinates. After fighting with several Gu immortals, everyone divided a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan and the other immortals sent their own Gu master disciples and subordinates to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world and obtain resources. Fang Yuan left a will in the minds of his capable subordinates to monitor and guide them. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. At this time in this life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high in the sky above the 9 heavens. It has not fallen or broken into pieces. I have the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my memories, so I can use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance and plunder resources. I remember that there are many desolate beasts in the Grotto Heaven. There are even ancient desolate beasts, among which there is a star demon bat desolate beast. I will enter this time to kill the star demon bat and obtain the bat wings. At the same time, I can also observe the situation and see if there is a possibility of capturing a desolate beast and bringing it to the land spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. There were many places similar to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in Fang Yuan's memories. But it was not that the time was not right, it was extremely dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was far from being destroyed. It was many times stronger than in Fang Yuan's previous life. In my previous life, I only sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world indirectly. At that time, the heavenly spirit no longer existed. But in this life, if I go in and explore, the heavenly spirit should still be alive and can activate all of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's defenses. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to enter and explore. Fang Yuan did not know much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he could only use his previous life's experience to make deductions. In his previous life, he was not the biggest beneficiary of this fortuitous encounter. The one who rose up with this fortuitous encounter was a rank 8 immortal zombie. All along, the 10 great ancient sects had suffered losses at the hands of this immortal zombie. Later, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch and easily defeated the previous branch leader. He called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie and sat firmly on the number 1 position. He had once stirred up winds and clouds. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was an ambitious and ruthless overlord. As for the true Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit, Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he did not know the conditions for a grotto heaven to recognize a master. Several days later, He Lulan brought Strength Chi Immortal Gu and arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. In Fang Yuan's stone nest, she, Fang Yuan, and thousands of hairy men worked together to refine the 8th batch of Airsac Gu. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately, she stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fang Yuan's information about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With just Fang Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baisheng. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baisheng to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baisheng and gave up on this cooperation with Fang Yuan. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to help his junior brother Fang Yuan, he was affected by Death End, Immortal Gu, he could not split himself and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free, she agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Fang Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Fang Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Fang Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times, but did not succeed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Fang Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts, and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green, the foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Fang Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green, it was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows, they were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white respectively. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby. Fang Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a goo immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence, they could use mortal goo as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative goo worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed, they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed, the situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Fang Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain, or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." He Lulan raised her head, "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus, they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Fang Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and He Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the Starry Sky Spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the Grotto Heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. It was a pity. I don't have an investigative killer move yet. Fang Yuan said. Don't you have wisdom path methods? Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Fang Yuan shook his head. I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special, I cannot determine the direction. Do you have an investigative killer move? He Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength. Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears, they had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that He Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Fang Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for He Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped He Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. He Lulan had once used it in northern plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment, she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by He Lulan. The lower half was in the ground but it was heavily tilted, the soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam, He Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake, rocks and rocks flew, ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Fang Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and He Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest, he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique, it should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The Strength Path Phantom Giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Fang Yuan. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem. Because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over Central Continent. In the Grotto Heaven fragment world that Fang Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale, and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Fang Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life, he came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven early. The situation was different, he could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The Strength Path Phantom Giant looked at these ancient trees. Even if you don't say it, I also have the same plan. When the two had collected 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of this mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast roared. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint. Its target was He Lulan. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant did not have the cover of the forest. It was very obvious. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that this desolate beast was the size of a small mountain, its body covered in azure blue fur, glossy. Be it its head, abdomen, back, tail or limbs, they all had star-like stripes. These stripes gave off waves of weak blue light. Fang Yuan only took a glance and recognized this beast. He immediately reminded He Lulan, this is a star desolate hound, it should be the overlord of this mountain. We need to probe it. See what kind of battle strength the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven have. If they are weak, don't casually kill them, it is best to capture them alive, I have other uses for them. He Lulan frowned. Although she had the strength extreme immortal physique, she had several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult to kill desolate beasts, but there was still some distance from capturing them alive. But at this time, Fang Yuan said, you attack, I will support. Act according to the situation, if we can really capture them, I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to pay you. Alright, it is settled. He Lulan was not a hesitant person, she shouted. The Strength Path Phantom Giant took large strides. Bam bam bam. It charged towards the Star Desolate Hound. The Star Desolate Hound looked down from above and fiercely dove down, pouncing on the Strength Path Phantom Giant. He Lulan was not to be outdone, she immediately used her fists and legs to wrestle with the Star Desolate Hound. 2 huge figures rolled from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain like gourds. Along the way, they were like a huge bulldozer, crushing trees, crushing rocks, and crushing birds and beasts that could not escape in time into meat paste. Fang Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not smash down. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant and the Star Desolate Hound alternated between each other, rolling down and entangling like a wheel. In close combat, the battle was in a stalemate, the attacks changed so quickly that even an old demon like Fang Yuan could not find a chance to attack. Rumble, dust rose, the giant and the desolate beast rolled to the foot of the mountain, finally stopping. The Star Desolate Hound had great strength, pouncing on the giant. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were as sharp as swords and halberds. It was about to bite down. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity, his 8 arms swayed, and the 8 lumps of starlight that had been prepared in his hands smashed down together. Bang bang bang, amidst the successive explosions, the Star Desolate Hound angrily barked, its attack was interrupted. The huge hound's head swayed left and right, shaking off the starlight. But at this time, He Lulan had already obtained the crucial information, and launched a sinister attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant bent its knee, aiming at the vital point between the Star Desolate Hound's two hind legs. It fiercely struck. "A-oh!" The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body jumped away as if it had been electrocuted, and jumped around in the dense forest. Fang Yuan immediately pounced, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any chance to catch its breath. He flew in the air, his bat wings flapping, bringing his body as nimble as a fly. Lumps of starlight smashed down, not leaving the Star Desolate Hound's eyes, mouth, anus and other vital points. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around, facing Fang Yuan's crafty attacks. Its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it howled in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body. But facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast. He Lulan sighed inwardly. The Strength Path killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength. Especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant, it was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. He Lulan snickered, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the two neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, two female Star Desolate Hounds entered Fang Yuan and He Lulan's vision. Chapter 721. As the three Star Desolate Hounds chased after them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan retreated. It was not that they could not defeat the three desolate beasts, but if they were to fight, they would have to use all their strength to defeat them. As for Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they were currently in the unfamiliar environment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They did not have any deep hatred with the three desolate beasts, only a person with a screw loose in his head would fight with all his strength. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were both astute people. This time they came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to explore. They should be more cautious, and preserve their battle strength to deal with any accidents. Especially the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had not appeared at all. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would be detected immediately. Fang Yuan took the lead. Constantly flapping the wings on his back, he flew extremely fast. He did not dare to fly high in the sky, he only flew at a low altitude. He Lulan flew much slower than Fang Yuan. She landed behind him. She could not help but look deeply at the wings on Fang Yuan's back. She secretly compared in her heart, Fang Yuan's current speed is not extraordinary, I can also reach it. But he is so nimble. His direction is so precise, he can even go around the lush treetops and branches. After traveling for nearly 10 li, the three Star Desolate Hounds behind them stopped. They gave up on He Lulan and Fang Yuan. They did not continue their pursuit. The two stopped on a large tree, and rested. Fang Yuan stood on the treetops, trying his best to determine his direction. The surrounding green peaks were not far from each other, but they were also connected. Some of the peaks were covered with green pines. Some of the peaks were just shrubs. Some of the peaks did not even have trees, they were covered with grass and wildflowers. These were all obvious signs of human activity. Nature would not have such neat work. Fang Yuan could see the reason. The master of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had divided these peaks into different breeding and cultivation areas. In this way, the production of specific products could be increased. It seems like the owner of this Grotto Heaven has put a lot of effort into managing it. He Lulan walked up to Fang Yuan and looked around. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. The terrain in his memory was vastly different from the one in front of him. Could it be that a few hundred years later, the landscape of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven changed so much that it was different when it collapsed and fell? In this way, Fang Yuan's memories from his past life would no longer be able to play a valuable role as a guide. He Lulan's gaze landed on the small bat wings on Fang Yuan's back. She asked with even more interest, your killer move looks pretty good, where did you buy it? According to the Snow Mountain Covenant, Fang Yuan could not deceive He Lulan, but he could choose to keep it a secret. But True Solid Bat Wings' killer move was Fang Yuan's usual method, there was nothing to hide. He answered frankly, this killer move was modified based on the previous killer move, it is suitable for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, I will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back. He Lulan heard this and frowned. She pursued strength, she had no qualms about damaging her image, the body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Like our Gu immortal bodies, Dao marks are carved on them, they are closer to certain laws. Your wings should not have strength path Dao marks, they are closer to wind path. You are transplanting them so casually, aren't you afraid of strength path and wind path interfering with each other, causing the strength path killer move's power to fall? Fang Yuan chuckled, do you know that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts? Of course. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, he is the ancestor of Transformation Path. He Lulan said. The essence of Transformation Path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A Transformation Path Gu Master can transform into a Wind Path bird, a Fire Path tiger, and a Water Path fish. Using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Dao marks? Fang Yuan asked. A Transformation Path Gu Master who purely transformed was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Dao marks. A Gu immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Gu worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform, they will only transform into one type of fierce beast, they will only have one type of Dao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Dao marks mixed together, like a Gu master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform, they will use the corresponding Gu worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Dao marks, only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Dao mark. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan smiled proudly, no, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par, their methods are still lacking. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable is different, he devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body, he can store countless Dao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion and became a transformation master. He Lulan was truly shocked. That means, you obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Dao marks. Fang Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head, I am only a transformation master, I can balance 3 different Dao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting in other aspects, I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most, this is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level. He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's words and became even more interested in True Solid Bat Wings. Sell this movement killer move to me, I will buy it at a high price. Fang Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty, it was his unique method, how could he sell it to others so easily? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. He Lulan was slightly disappointed by Fang Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded, the information says it is nearby. But the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first. He observed for a long time but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here, how could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent, it seemed to be made of dazzling diamond, it had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth. It was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Fang Yuan. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again, she raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared, its diamond body suddenly lit up, He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild goo worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked, she quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go, it pounced over. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately dove down, the starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before, it was like a storm. At once, the diamond bear could not raise its head from Fang Yuan's bombardment. Come, give me a big one, have a taste. Fang Yuan raised his 4 arms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside, it roared in pain, it was truly enraged. Bam! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. This bear can fly. Fang Yuan was too close, he was caught off guard, he was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere, 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fang Yuan grinned, accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals, they did not have high intelligence, they did not know how many wild goo worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom, it flew up and heavily injured Fang Yuan. Only after this did Fang Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. Retreat! Fang Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat, she stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase, it picked up Fang Yuan's 2 broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack, the diamond bear's teeth were sharp, it easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth, an intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fang Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain, before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fang Yuan picked up the remaining arm, he identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm, using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it anymore, he sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals, to regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth, it involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain, there is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear, it was extremely nutritious, it was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fang Yuan lured the diamond bear away, He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil, it was worth at least 30 immortal yuan stone. Chapter 722. After half a day, Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored almost the entire area. They had seen many desolate beasts, but there were no star demon bats. Your information source is a little unreliable. He Lulan sat on the ground, saying as she healed her injuries. On her left arm, there was a long bloody wound that extended from the back of her hand to her elbow. This was the mark left behind by a desolate beast flying sword rat that He Lulan and Fang Yuan had encountered earlier. The flying sword rat was small in size but extremely fast. If one was not careful, they would be injured by its sharp claws. Even with He Lulan's great strength, true martial physique, strength path immortal extreme physique, and incredible recovery speed, she had to spend a lot of effort to heal this wound. This was because the wound caused by the flying sword rat's claws was filled with metal path Dao marks. It repelled He Lulan's strength path Dao marks and suppressed the recovery ability of the great strength immortal physique. After a long while, He Lulan healed the wound, forming a thin layer of pink flesh cocoon. She came to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan sat on the ground. He raised his index finger that was as sharp as steel and drew the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat mountain rock. There were dozens of green peaks here. Most of the green peaks had a desolate beast guarding them, for example, star desolate hounds, flying sword rats, diamond bears, and others. On the peaks without desolate beasts, there would be large numbers of beast groups, as well as a vast number of goo worms living together. Evidently, Seven Star Child had put in a lot of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That was why there were so many desolate beasts living in this area. But the strange thing was, there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 battle strength. According to common sense, in such a well-managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, there should be ancient desolate beasts. This was only one of the strange things. The second strange thing was, the heavenly spirit had not appeared for a long time. Fang Yuan and He Lulan explored the area. Although they encountered many battles, they managed to escape successfully. Strictly speaking, the two of them were invaders. However, this starry sky blessed land did not seem to have a spirit presiding over it. The encirclement and suppression that Fang Yuan had expected did not happen at all. The third strange thing was that Fang Yuan couldn't find the poisonous swamp no matter how hard he tried. According to the memories of his past life, the area he was currently in was the small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment that he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. In the poisonous swamp near the ancient forest, there was a poisonous gas swamp. Fang Yuan couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that the poisonous swamp only formed after hundreds of years? I came here ahead of time, so I couldn't find the poisonous swamp. If that's the case, then my plan to kill the star demon bat will fall through. Fang Yuan stared at the topographic map on the stone. He was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a strong light shooting towards him. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time, seeing that in the green sky, countless stars had appeared at some point in time. These stars were increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire world. It was like a snowstorm. These are the changes in the weather of a grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stood up with a vigilant gaze. He activated his lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move. She was vigilant. The stars shined brightly, illuminating everything. Beast roars came from the mountains. Some were clear, some were crisp, some were long, some were hoarse. Strong winds blew. The countless stars suddenly gathered at the top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue light, the stars disappeared. A resplendent palace appeared on the mountain peak. It was exquisite and beautiful. This palace. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. The structure of the palace was very familiar. It was obviously the broken walls scattered everywhere in the fragmented world in his previous life's memories. However, the once dilapidated walls were not damaged in the slightest. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter guessed, did the weather change at a specific time cause the palace to appear? Or maybe the heavenly spirit purposely set up a trap to lure us into it. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, an intense battle was coming to an end. Evil beast, eat this king's fist. A stone man that was as tall as a mountain roared and punched down. In an instant, a gale was stirred up and the air exploded. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time, its head was hit by the huge rock fist, it fell to the ground with a loud sound, creating a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The earth trembled. The stone giant didn't stop there. He spread out his 10 fingers and raised them up high before slamming them down. With a bang, his palms landed heavily on the snow-white, fleshy body of the flying bear. The flying bear bounced back, it could not even let out a cry. It was already riddled with injuries, the punch earlier had even cracked its skull, causing it to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth Root. With the 2 palms as the center, Earth Chi rumbled intensely, countless thick and sharp earth spikes shot out of the ground like spears. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the desolate beast flying bear was pierced by hundreds of earth spikes of all sizes. It raised its head and suddenly opened its eyes. After letting out a mournful howl, its body stiffened, and its strength dissipated. Its head fell to the ground again. With a thud, it was as if a drum had been struck. A cloud of dust rose up and then fell back down. Thick, boiling blood flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead, there were no more movements. The rockman snorted, suddenly letting out a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a Gu immortal stood arrogantly in the air with his arms crossed. He had short white hair and a pair of golden pupils, he had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a martial attire and gave off a valiant aura. A ray of starlight shot over, turning into a middle-aged man, he wore a tall hat and a wide-sleeved robe, he clapped and praised. As expected of immortal monkey Wang Da's subordinate, you only used a few minutes to kill the desolate beast flying bear. This white-haired man with golden pupils was Combat Immortal Sex Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley's indifferent golden pupils looked at the middle-aged man. 7 star halls have already appeared, Star Lord Wan Xiang, why has the 8th star hall not appeared yet? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wan Xiang, who had sold goods to Fang Yuan many times. Star Lord Wan Xiang laughed heartily, Immortal Monkey King, don't be anxious. For the 8th star hall to appear, we need to kill enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground, only then can the 8th star hall appear. Although we have already killed 6 desolate beasts, the blood is not thick enough. How many more desolate beasts do we need to kill? Shirley asked impatiently. Star Lord Wan Xiang revealed a pondering expression, he thought for a while and said, according to my annual explorations over the past 20 years, and my personal deductions, we only need to kill 1 more desolate beast. Humph. You better not lie to me. Shirley's tone was rude and unreasonable. Star Lord Wan Xiang lowered his head, I am merely a lone immortal, I would not dare to lie to you, Immortal Monkey King. Every year in Central Continent time, I can only forcefully barge into this star path grotto heaven at this time. Moreover, I can only enter for 2 days each time, after 2 days, the grotto heaven's crack will close and we will not be able to leave. Time is so limited, why would I lie to you? I can't wait to plunder more resources, but a few years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th star hall. That star hall's aura was strict, and ancient desolate beasts guarded the star hall. It must be the core of this grotto heaven, and it's very likely that the heavenly spirit is there. Shirley nodded, he believed Star Lord Wan Xiang's words. He and Star Lord Wan Xiang had known each other for a period of time, he was familiar with the latter's personality. Sigh, if not for my battle with Song Zixing and expending large amounts of immortal essence, and the Blessed Land's tribulation before us, I would not have told you such an important secret. I won't tell you this important secret, Star-Lord Wanxiang sighed. Shirley's tone relaxed. Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement. You get 80% of the spoils, I get 20%. Also, I will not tell a third person about this secret. In the future, we will come here to explore every year. Currently, only Star-Lord Wanxiang had unique methods to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shirley did not have them. Lord Shirley's reputation is outstanding, I am assured of this. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away. It is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Same rules, when we fight, stand to the side, don't hinder me. Shirley was swift and decisive. As he spoke, he started flying. Star-Lord Wanxiang smiled bitterly, quickly following. Fang Yuan and He Lulan carefully entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall did not have any defenses. There was not a single person in the hall, only 6 large wells were at the center of the hall. All 6 of these wells were brimming with water. The well water had different colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. The well water was clear and translucent, emitting a faint light. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative goo worms to investigate. They found that the well water and the Star Hall were all ordinary. This was impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of nowhere? How could ordinary well water have different colors, and even emit a faint light? The only explanation was that this Star Hall and the 6 wells were the changes in the Grotto Heaven's weather. Only like this, if the mortal goo in He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hands were not high enough, they would not be able to investigate anything. The two could not determine the profundity of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament. This color. He Lulan observed for a while, and could not help but ponder. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered that when the two had just arrived at Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had looked at the sky. In the sky, there were 6 star shadows, each as large as a full moon, filling their field of vision. These 6 star shadows were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white, corresponding to the 6 wells in front of them. There must be some connection. Fang Yuan muttered, activating the storage mortal goo and diving into a well, trying to get some water to research. Chapter 723. The well water quickly calmed down. There were no ripples, it was still shining brightly. However, the mortal goo that Fang Yuan threw in had completely vanished in the well water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed, because he could still sense its existence. But this feeling was extremely faint and weak. The connection between goo worms and goo masters was greatly related to distance. The further the goo worm was from the goo master, the weaker the connection. When a goo master uses a goo worm, their thoughts will move, and if they give out 10 orders, they might miss out on 9, and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was only in most cases. There were also a small number of goo worms that had a very long distance connection, and could be used casually from a long distance. Some goo worms were even more special. The closer the distance, the weaker the connection, and the further the distance, the clearer the connection. Fang Yuan's connection with the mortal goo was originally very close, but now it had become much weaker, as if the distance between the two had increased. Fang Yuan followed the faint connection in his heart, and slowly found the direction, raising his head. He only saw the grand ceiling of the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, and in his vision, the ceiling of the Star Hall gradually became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the ceiling of the Star Hall, and saw the 6 huge round star shadows in the blue sky. He had a feeling, and his gaze stopped on one of the star shadows. According to the remnant connection in his heart, he knew that the mortal goo that disappeared was on that star shadow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The star demon bat flapped its huge bat wings, and immediately created a huge hurricane. At the same time, countless arrows were shot out of thin air. These arrows were completely made of starlight, and their speed was extremely fast. They pierced through the air. There were many of them, and like a rainstorm, they flew towards immortal Monkey King Shirley. Looking at the majestic attack, Shirley snorted in disdain, merely rank 2-star arrow goo, it's just that there are a lot of them. Mortal killer move, falling gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, and a thin layer of yellow-white dust covered his body. He did not dodge. He let the star arrows hit him. No matter how many star arrows came, when they touched the dust formed by the killer move falling gray cloak, the starlight quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the number of parasitic wild goo worms on his body was huge, he could only rely on the accumulation of numbers. This effect. How could it be compared to the killing technique that human cultivators had painstakingly thought about? This time. Watch my eagle transformation. Shirley gave a loud shout, his whole body erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. The light quickly dissipated. Shirley had already disappeared, replaced by a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle spread its wings and circled in the air. Its sharp claws and thorns emitted a threatening aura. The size of its body was not inferior to that of the star demon bat at all. In the distance, Star Lord Wanxiang quietly watched the battle and saw this scene. He sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley loved to fight, he didn't need to do anything in every battle. Up until now, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Each time he fought a desolate beast, he had to use a different transformation path killer move to transform into a different desolate beast to fight. Star Lord Wanxiang cherished his time, he had once advised Shirley to use his strongest method. However, Shirley sternly refused. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched, it became ferocious, it did not dodge, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The two giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, the iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it, it retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered, it flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks, blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies, their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome, not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries, it pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness, it flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy, it fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air, it flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground, rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. But the moment it raised its head, it was slashed by the wind blades. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. It did not retreat, forcefully enduring the wind blades as hundreds of shallow wounds appeared on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows also shot out. These star arrows had great power, they pierced into the iron-crowned eagle's body and caused a large number of wounds, but they were not deep. Next, the black demonic shadow flew over, but it did not have a physical body, it directly entered the iron-crowned eagle's mind. If it were an ordinary desolate beast, it would have fallen, but this iron-crowned eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly, thoughts and wills surged in his mind, destroying the demonic shadow that charged in. Although he was an Earth Path Gu immortal who cultivated Transformation Path, he had been famous for many years, he was an experienced Gu immortal, he was proficient in many paths, he had a complete set of defensive methods against Gu worms of other paths. Immortal Monkey Wang De. At the side, Star-Lord Wanxiang shouted in concern. The iron-crowned eagle spoke in human language, laughing loudly, "Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle." The eagle's eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Shirley flapped his wings and flew towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying again. With a loud bang, the eagle fell to the ground again. Good, interesting. Shirley cheered, his fighting spirit surged, disregarding his injuries, he charged forward again. He gave up his advantages and chose his weaknesses. In terms of physical combat, how could he be the star demon bat's match? In the exchange of blows, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, the more he fought, the eagle's head was raised high, its eagle eyes staring at its opponent forever. This lunatic. Star-Lord Wanxiang grinned as he watched. Shirley clearly had defensive measures like falling gray cloak, but after transforming into the iron-crowned eagle, he had not used them in battle. This phenomenon had occurred many times in the previous battles. Star-Lord Wanxiang had once asked, Shirley had replied that he had purposely not used them, it was to truly experience the joy of battle, only then could he raise his battle foundation more efficiently. Shirley was a battle addict, he was a fierce person who truly experienced the joy of battle. Again. Shirley shouted, flapping his wings and flying towards the star demon bat. Both sides got closer and were about to collide, but this time, the star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings and displayed an exquisite flying technique, brushing past the iron-crowned eagle. Whoosh! The star demon bat suddenly spat out a meteor, directly hitting the back of the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle coughed out a mouthful of blood, its body shook and it flapped its wings repeatedly before stabilizing itself. Next, Star-Lord Wanxiang heard Shirley's laughter. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment level, it is only master level? Saying so, he flapped his wings again and charged forward. The star demon bat did not fight head-on, it continued to retreat, using star path, wind path, or dark path Gu worms to attack from afar. Both sides fought many times, and unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. These wounds were filled with metal path Dao marks, they could not be healed in a short time. Of course, the iron-crowned eagle's injuries were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat's. But Shirley's bravery and craziness had intimidated the star demon bat, causing this desolate beast that was a tyrant of the mountain to feel guilty, not daring to fight him head-on. The star demon bat had low intelligence, it was abandoning its strong points and using its weak points. It had mortal goo on its body, although it caused trouble to Shirley, it was not as dangerous as fighting him head-on. The iron-crowned eagle still did not need to defend, its aura surged as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. With a sharp screech, the eagle's claws slashed down. The star demon bat dodged agilely, Shirley's claws missed. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat that had been flying since it was young was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance and used goo worms to attack from afar again, while the iron crown eagle tried all ways to engage in close combat. Like this, both sides were in a deadlock. The star demon bat was bound to lose after defending for a while. Finally, the iron crown eagle found a flaw and used its sharp claws to break the bat's wings. The bat's wings were leaking air, and the star demon bat's flying ability fell by a level. Before it could adapt, the iron crown eagle had more flaws. Shirley chased after it, and after blocking the star demon bat's final attack, he finally killed it. The star demon bat fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The ground absorbed the blood, and just like Star Lord Wanxiang had said, a formless force was activated. Chapter 724. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star Lord Wanxiang said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star Lord Wanxiang waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wangda. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8th star hall was the formation of the 7th star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7th star hall disappears, the 8th star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wanxiang. Lord Shi, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star Lord Wanxiang chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star Lord Wanxiang to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8th star hall, he did not want to see Star Lord Wanxiang prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Wanxiang didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the starry sky grotto heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, starry sky grotto heaven would open a crack and allow Goo immortals to enter. Each time, the Goo immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in Central Continent time. The starry sky grotto heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star Lord Wanxiang the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the starry sky grotto heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. Due to the previous oath, Shirley could not go too far. After checking his body, he stood up and said to Star Lord Wanxiang, "I've made you wait for a long time. We can set off now." Star Lord Wanxiang smiled and waved his hand. "I was too anxious, I hope Immortal Monkey King won't blame me. Hard work pays off, I will have to rely on your strength from now on." Shirley nodded without any politeness, "Of course." Saying so, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. Star Lord Wanxiang followed closely behind. The two immortals flew towards the 8th star hall in the sky. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of the well. "This is another star hall." Fang Yuan looked around and said. He Lulan nodded. "We used many methods to probe earlier, and sure enough, these 6 wells are the transportation passages." The two looked behind them. At the center of this star hall, there were still 6 wells. But the color was slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 wells were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. However, the water in these 6 wells emitted 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and white. There was one less purple color and one more green color. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The two were astute and shrewd people. They had a sudden realization. "What did you think of?" He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he answered in a hoarse voice, "If I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. It is divided into 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated from each other. Outsiders can only enter and exit through the 6 wells in the star hall." He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. "This mortal goo is the one I threw into the purple well. It is the best evidence. If I am not wrong, there is another piece of evidence, the sky. When we leave the star hall, the sky of this space should also have 6 round star silhouettes. But there is one less purple star silhouette and one more green star silhouette." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's conjecture. Ordinary grotto heavens and blessed lands had a seamless internal space. But Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was somewhat special. It was actually divided into 7 subspaces, each with its own heaven and earth and ecology. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had explored Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. He did not know this secret. He and He Lulan finished their discussion and walked out of the star hall, pushing open the door and looking up. Seeing the 6 round star silhouettes hanging in the sky like 6 full moons, He Lulan clapped and laughed. "Just as I guessed. Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He first saw something moving and saw Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang flying upwards. Following their direction, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard, floating in the sky and being coveted by others. It is very likely to be the core of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He Lulan's gaze was glued to the 8th star hall as she guessed. "There are actually people here before us." Fang Yuan mumbled. He was inwardly shocked. According to his previous estimations, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should be uninhabited. Only the heavenly spirit existed. If not for this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would not have been destroyed in the 500 years of his previous life. But in the current situation, he did not see the heavenly spirit, but instead saw 2 Gu immortals. As for the appearance and identity of the Gu immortals, because they were too far away, Fang Yuan and He Lulan naturally did not know. But the two felt that these 2 Gu immortals flying in the sky were not the owner of this grotto heaven. If they were really the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have sensed He Lulan and Fang Yuan long ago. They would not have remained indifferent until now. What is so strange about this? You can obtain this secret information regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from certain channels, so other Gu immortals can also obtain it. He Lulan could accept this fact more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had concealed the information from He Lulan, but the so-called source of information was himself. But now, it seemed that the truth was very different from his expectations. The first reason was Fang Yuan's rebirth and continuous influence, causing the butterfly effect. The second reason was that the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in his previous life had a lot of inside information, it was just that he did not notice it in his previous life and only saw it in this life. Fang Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leaning towards the second reason. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from far away in the 8th star hall. It seems that these two Gu immortals have the same identity as us, they are both outsiders. But they arrived before us. He Lulan's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan did not reply, he only snickered, his laughter was very cold. He Lulan also laughed silently. These two were ambitious people, they were both schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, they both felt that they had a huge advantage, they might as well be the Oriole in this situation. Immediately, Fang Yuan and He Lulan activated large numbers of mortal Gu, concealing their bodies and auras, they also used all kinds of investigative methods to investigate. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, getting rid of all traces and moving out of the hall. After a while, Fang Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lulan, "Wait, there is a rank 5 investigative Gu ahead." He Lulan carefully looked over and saw an eyeball-shaped Gu worm quietly floating in the air. Her eyes moved slowly, constantly scanning the surroundings. The two were not surprised. This Gu worm was not a wild Gu worm, it was clearly left behind by the two Gu immortals earlier. This was normal. When Fang Yuan and He Lulan were exploring Green Star space, they had also left behind similar investigative Gu in the places they had passed. Gu immortals no longer lacked mortal Gu. If these mortal Gu were left behind, they could be used to investigate, mark and warn the Gu immortals, they were very useful. He Lulan was young after all, she had just advanced to an immortal and could not recognize this Gu, she cautiously suggested, "Let's go around it." Fang Yuan, however, smiled, "No need. This Gu is Starlight Fake Eye Gu, it has a long-range detection range, Gu immortals can connect to this place at any time and observe the surroundings through the Fake Eye Gu. Its range is 5 li, it cannot detect invisibility, maintaining this Gu not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves, it is fine to just walk in." At the same time, Fang Yuan recalled and added, "This Gu worm is often used together with True Vision Gu, it can detect invisibility." But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war, at this time, True Vision Gu is still in the hands of a small sect, it has not spread widely. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, still feeling uneasy, "Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, Gu immortals can secretly research and develop new Gu, maybe this Gu worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility?" Chapter 725. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty, He Lulan chose to believe him. The two concealed their figures and swaggered past the range of Star Splendor Fake Eye Gu, as expected, they did not attract the attention of Gu immortals. Next, the two continued to discover investigative Gu worms similar to Star Splendor Fake Eye Gu on the way. Some of these Gu worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as leaves, and some were hidden in streams, flowing along with the flow. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, concealing himself, using Gu worms to target them, or burrowing into the ground and water, avoiding these investigative Gu worms. The two had wanted to walk below the 8th star hall, that way, the shortest distance would be the closest to the 8th star hall. If there was an opportunity, they would be able to react quickly and rush to the 8th star hall in the shortest time possible, clearing up the mess and taking advantage of the situation. But as they walked, there was a smell of blood ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, the latter's eyes revealed a puzzled light as she transmitted, "Strange, the number and types of investigative goo along the way are increasing. Let's go and take a look." Fang Yuan replied. The two became more careful, dodging or deceiving investigative goo worms. They found more and more traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the source of the thick smell of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on a pile of broken rocks. The black leopard was huge, comparable to an elephant. Its fur was long and shiny, it had a wild charm. The remnant aura showed the black leopard's identity. This was a true desolate beast. "This is a desolate beast, vanishing shadow leopard." Fang Yuan sighed. "Who killed this vanishing shadow leopard and left the desolate beast's corpse here?" He Lulan's gaze moved around. Her beautiful eyes showed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down, half kneeling on the ground, touching the ravine beside his feet. Next, he took out a time path goo worm and activated it carefully. This goo worm was rank 5, it was extremely rare and looked like a crystal ball. Its name was Backtrack Goo. It was a time path investigative goo that could rewind past events within a certain range. Backtrack Goo activated. It displayed a blurry, soundless battle scene. On the screen, two huge figures were fighting fiercely. There was also a tiny figure standing far away. Backtrack Goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, be it Shirley, Vanishing Shadow Leopard, or Star Lord Wan Xiang. They were all rank 6, their immortal bodies and beast bodies had Dao marks. Thus, the results of the reconnaissance were very limited. He Lulan leaned over. He watched for a while. The soundless battle scene was very blurry and unclear. But from the general shape, he could guess that one of them was a vanishing shadow leopard. The one fighting the vanishing shadow leopard did not look like a human, but a tiger-type wild beast. And far away, there was a human figure. It was likely to be a goo immortal. But his face was a blur. He couldn't see clearly at all. Not only that, but the battle was also intermittent. It was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan watched with bated breath. For a moment, there was no sound except for the gentle breeze in the forest. After activating it for more than 10 breaths of time, Backtrack Goo emitted smoke and the battle scene disappeared. Forcefully backtracking a goo immortal level battle scene had caused this Backtrack Goo to die. Fang Yuan felt a slight heartache. He placed the charred corpse of Backtrack Goo into his immortal aperture, trying not to leave any traces behind. Even though he had been collecting this Backtrack Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies recently, he only collected 50 to 60 of them. This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions. During the late stages of the chaotic war, Backtrack Goo would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use. Jewel Yellow Skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested. "This goo worm of yours is amazing. What is it called? Did you buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies?" There were countless types of goo worms. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and not Time Path. She only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic goo worms. Goo worms like Backtrack Goo were rare. It was normal that she did not know much about them. Fang Yuan did not answer. He took out another goo. This goo was refined by him according to his memories. According to the course of history, it had appeared 300 years earlier. It was called Thread Trace Goo. The goo worm had a unique appearance. It was like a small horsewhip, a toy for Northern Plains children. Fang Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this goo look even smaller. Fang Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. "What is this?" He Lulan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap, snap, snap. Fang Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace goo. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Fang Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague goo immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. Hei Lolan's pupils expanded as she blurted out, "Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks." Fang Yuan smiled smugly. "That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it goo immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak, even the most sensitive goo immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace goo that I developed, they will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Dao marks, thus deducing some information about them." Fang Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. "Thread trace goo." Hei Lulan muttered, her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed slightly. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where Star Lord Wanxiang was standing, continuing, "Look there, the Dao marks are in the shape of a human, they are blue in color." Evidently, there was a Star Path Gu immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Dao marks has been staying there, although there are some Dao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path Gu immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 Gu immortal. Hei Lolan's ears pricked up. She looked at the direction where Fang Yuan was pointing, paying full attention to what he was saying. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were black dark path Dao marks there. There were also red fire path Dao marks. He continued, "The dark path Dao marks are clearly the vanishing shadow leopards, the red Dao marks should be the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they were human or beast, it is uncertain. Look at the dense number of Dao marks, they are intertwining with each other, it shows how intense the battle was. The dark path Dao marks are sparse, while the red Dao marks are denser. It can be determined that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard was also a rank 6 Gu immortal." Hei Lolan's lips were slightly agape as she listened. Her gaze landed on the thread trace Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Her gaze was slightly heated. Although this thread trace Gu was only a rank 5 mortal Gu, it was too useful. Using this Gu, she could obtain so much useful information. The key was the thought that went into refining it. It was very unique. Taking a different path, bypassing the norm, it was unexpected. Although Hei Lulan had just become an immortal, she knew the importance of information. She placed great importance on Fang Yuan's invention of thread trace Gu. If Shi Lei and Star Lord Wanxiang were here, they would be sweating profusely. They were currently using traditional investigative and anti-investigative methods. Thread trace Gu just happened to find a gap in their anti-investigative methods. Fang Yuan's method. After all, it originated from the 5 regions' chaotic war. It was the crystallization of the entire 5 regions' wisdom. It was equivalent to being half a generation ahead of the current Gu immortals. It had a huge advantage. Crack crack crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horse whip a few more times, more Dao marks appeared, but at the same time, many Dao marks disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak, under the effect of thread trace Gu, they condensed and appeared, their lifespan was greatly shortened. The Dao marks intertwined with each other, becoming more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan finally stopped whipping the horse whip, sighing, "This thread trace Gu's effect is only so, the appearance of Dao marks can only last for a period of time, it requires the observer to have experience. Moreover, activating the immortal Gu will leave behind corresponding Dao marks." In an intense battle, many methods were used, the Dao marks were tangled together, it was very chaotic and could not be seen. But thankfully, both sides did not use many methods in this battle, we can still see the general situation. Hei Lolan's eyelids twitched slightly. Just a mere rank 5 mortal Gu was able to obtain so much useful information, was he still not satisfied with it? Her gaze was fixed on thread trace Gu, until Fang Yuan stored it in his immortal aperture. She acutely discovered that thread trace Gu's whip was originally in good condition, but after using it, it was very damaged. Evidently, there was a price to pay for awakening Dao marks. He Lulan estimated that this thread trace goo could be used at least 2 more times. Immediately, her evaluation of the thread trace goo rose to another level. A total of 3 chances. A mere rank 5 goo could have 3 chances to investigate a rank 6 existence and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was about to ask Fang Yuan if he was selling thread trace goo, Fang Yuan took out an investigative goo worm. This was a chi path goo worm. Fang Yuan activated it and allowed it to absorb aura. Next, Fang Yuan put this chi path goo worm back and took out another goo worm. He roamed around the battlefield like this, using goo worms from time to time. He Lulan only recognized a small portion of these goo worms, and it was only vague, to the extent that she could not be sure. As for the rest, He Lulan was completely clueless and could not recognize them at all. She subconsciously pursed her lips. For the first time, she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. During the trip to Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was astute, he was her greatest enemy. She had no choice but to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She was clear that this was asking a tiger for its skin. She borrowed Fang Yuan's strength to successfully pass the heavenly calamity and ascend to an immortal. She had thought that she could suppress Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan borrowed her and Fairy Li Shan's strength to intimidate the Gu immortals of Crane Gate. The whole process was accomplished without a fight. He Lulan did not even have a chance to make a move. Since there were no losses, Fang Yuan did not have double the compensation. He achieved his goal without expending a single soldier. In contrast, He Lulan herself, in order to coax Fang Yuan into helping her, she gave reckless savage demon venerables precious true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was truly a ruthless person. He directly swallowed it, not even leaving any leftovers for He Lulan. Later, when Fang Yuan started the Guts Gu business, he gave the profits to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan of his own accord. Although He Lulan's strength chi immortal gu was needed in the process, He Lulan felt uncomfortable all along, as if she was being controlled by someone. Now that He Lulan saw these methods used by Fang Yuan, her heart shuddered. Chapter 726. After He Lulan became a Gu immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, He Lulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most Gu immortals. Even though I have several immortal Gu, can I refine new Gu and modify killer moves like Fang Yuan? He Lulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new Gu, she needed to create new Gu recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, she was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Fang Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, after summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. Oh. One is a rank 6-star path Gu immortal. He has never fought before. He is quite mysterious. The other is an earth path and transformation path Gu immortal. He has a strong aura. Using a Gu worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be combat immortal sex Shi Lei. Fang Yuan said. That immortal monkey king? He Lulan and Fang Yuan had shared most of the information. She naturally knew what kind of person Shi Lei was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Shi Lei was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal Gu, Shi Lei also had earth path immortal Gu. And he had them long ago. He had even created his own immortal killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated transformation path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. Hei Lulan had self-strength immortal goo. She used it to activate her mortal killer move, forming a strength path phantom giant. It could be considered an immortal killer move. All along, Hei Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Fang Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But no one can deal with that mysterious star path goo immortal. Hei Lulan pondered. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I have not told you yet, because the core immortal goo is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use mortal killer moves. Hei Lulan took a long look at Fang Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar, roar, roar dash. High in the sky. Roars and roars could be heard. Fang Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance, we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. Hei Lulan nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative goo around. There were large numbers of investigative goo worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead. He took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, without attracting Star Lord Wan Xiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to refine many defensive goo. Its bones can be refined into shadow attachment goo, shadow trace goo and others. Its eyes are excellent materials for dark vision goo, black fog goo and others. It is a pity that its blood is all gone, otherwise it would be more valuable. Hei Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with joy. The other party seems to be purposely letting them bleed. It seems that the star hall in the sky is indeed an important place. They should have placed the desolate beast corpses aside for now. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for preserving corpses, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse in Hei Lulan's hands. Both of them were bold and lawless people. Even though the enemy was strong, they still dared to plot against them. Next, they followed their previous plan and sneaked forward, still trying to get close to the 8th star hall in the sky. But on the way, they soon made a new discovery. There are more investigative goo ahead, don't tell me. Hei Lulan's gaze showed anticipation. Soon, the two evaded all the investigative goo. They passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse the size of a hill. It was shaped like a colt, but it was huge. Its forehooves were thick and black like iron. Its whole body was red. It had firm muscles and a strong body. The mane and ponytail on its neck were very lush and golden in color. Streams of blood flowed out of the hole-like wounds on its body. The blood was boiling. The heat caused the nearby grass and trees to turn yellow. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan got closer, feeling the heat of summer. This is a desolate beast scarlet stampede divine colt. It has a large number of fire path wild goo in its body. It can walk on fire. Its blood is hot. It is an excellent material for refining fire path goo worms. It is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. Hei Lulan looked at the horse's blood flowing out. She felt a heartache. The two worked for a while before getting the scarlet stampede divine colt's corpse. Star Lord Wan Xiang was still in the dark. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily for a while before Fang Yuan slowed down. Our destination is in front of us. But there seems to be a large number of investigative goo on the left. Should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lulan, transmitting. Of course. Hei Lulan replied straightforwardly. The two came to the location surrounded by investigative goo, and saw another desolate beast corpse. This was a yellow jade lion. It was like an elephant, it was lying on the ground, its eyes were almost closed, only a slit was left. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed out of the wound on its stomach. Fang Yuan and He Lulan quietly got closer. This yellow jade lion's body actually started to tremble, it struggled to open its eyelids and slowly opened its bloody mouth, letting out a weak roar, as if it wanted to continue fighting. Yellow jade lions are brave indeed. To be able to injure this yellow jade lion to this extent, it seems that Shirley's transformation path battle strength is more outstanding than I expected. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He quickly took action, stealing the yellow jade lion under the watchful eyes of many investigative goo. He clapped his hands, a large number of healing goo flew out of his immortal aperture and landed on the yellow jade lion's body, quickly stabilizing its injuries and giving it its last breath. You plan to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing a desolate beast, why not? I will leave this desolate beast with you, protect it carefully, count it as my share. This way, as long as things progressed smoothly, Fang Yuan's promise to the land spirit of Lengia would be completed. He Lulan kept the yellow jade lion in her immortal aperture, her gaze flashed as she made up her mind, saying, the 3 desolate beasts we encountered were purposely bled. This is likely a step that Shirley's side must complete. Or maybe the star hall in the sky appeared because of this. After all, when we were in the green star space earlier, there was nothing in the sky. How many desolate beast corpses do you think there are other than these 3 places? Fang Yuan chuckled, even if you didn't mention it, I wanted to say it. That's right, according to this situation, there are many desolate beast corpses. If a desolate beast corpse is sold well, we can get around 40 immortal yuan stone. We are simply reaping without any effort by picking up these desolate beast corpses. The profits are huge, and the cost is negligible. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, moreover, we might not have the chance. It is more appropriate to swallow these pieces of meat first. The two had the same idea, immediately changing their strategy and starting to search for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo worms openly, but the clues were quite obvious. Star Lord Wanxiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses and deal with them when they conquered the 8th Star Hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still lingering, they did not have to worry about being eaten by other wild beasts. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star Lord Wanxiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo. Naturally, he would set up even more investigative goo near the desolate beast corpses. But he would never have thought that the gathering of these investigative goo would be the most obvious clue, the beacon for Fang Yuan and He Lulan. This is a chestnut yak, its meat is like chestnut and can be eaten raw. It has a gentle nature and is a special desolate beast. Keep it, keep it. He Lulan laughed happily. Oh my, there is a golden pangolin. Unfortunately, its armor is damaged, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some pity. Flying bear, there is actually a flying bear corpse. Good, this is great. I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this poisonous swamp looked familiar. Unfortunately, the bat wings are mostly torn, if I transplant them, my movement speed will be affected. I wonder if I can repair them first. Fang Yuan also stole the star demon bat's corpse. He was a little regretful, but soon felt relieved. After all, if Fang Yuan did not make a move himself, why would Shirley take care of Fang Yuan's plan? Reaping without sowing was already a great bargain. He had not encountered such good luck in a long time. The two obtained close to 10 desolate beast corpses, making a fortune. Next, the two searched carefully, and after confirming there were no desolate beast corpses left, they rushed to the bottom of the 8th Star Hall. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Chapter 727. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of them. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. High up in the sky, the 8th star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions, the roars of wild beasts came from the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook fiercely. A resplendent pillar of flames shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight, the hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. He Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better. Fang Yuan muttered. The 8th star hall was in a mess, both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree, while it was still in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star Lord Wanxiang at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly, Immortal Monkey Wangda is very strong against humans, stop playing around, use your Earth Path Master battle power. Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation, he said without hesitation, all right, I have already used Transformation Path battle power. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. Next, I will use my true Earth Path cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wanxiang was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. Star-Lord Wanxiang, hold on for now, after I get rid of the fire path Dao marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods. Hearing this, Star-Lord Wanxiang nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable, he had fire path Dao marks on him, it would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path Goo worms. Star-Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wanxiang had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wanxiang's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times, it was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack crack crack. Star-Lord Wanxiang's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star-Lord Wanxiang dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack! With a crisp sound, Star-Lord Wanxiang lost his footing after defending for too long. He was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star-Lord Wanxiang in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash! Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wanxiang drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8th Star Hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Ugh! Suddenly, Star-Lord Wanxiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path down mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star-Lord Wanxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star-Lord Wanxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8th Star Hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses, considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wanxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8th Star Hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Fang Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only simulate an image, it cannot be used to investigate. Quick, let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of this first. Fang Yuan did not have time to be proud, he took the lead and sneaked towards the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. The two quickly arrived beside the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. The Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse was as large as a hill, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Fang Yuan and He Lulan purposely went around it, hiding in the shadows and making preparations before making their move. They first plundered the wild goo on the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. There were many wild goo, but in the battle with Shirley, more than half of them were destroyed. After the Flying Heavenly Boar died, another half escaped, leaving only a few goo worms. After Fang Yuan plundered for a while, he started to collect the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier did not have souls. Maybe after a long time, the soul left the body, or more likely, it was taken away by Shirley or Star-Lord Wanxiang. But this Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, because the battle had just ended, Shirley's side had no time to collect it, thus Fang Yuan had a chance. But the result was disappointing to Fang Yuan. This Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's soul was almost completely damaged, only a tiny bit was left. It was obvious that he had suffered a soul attack in the previous battle. No wonder the star path Gu immortal from earlier did not fly down to collect this boar's soul. Fang Yuan sighed, he willed, and took out hundreds of Gu worms. These Gu worms included light path, dark path, and a small number of strength path, blood path, bone path, and chi path. Under Fang Yuan's control, these Gu worms flew closely around the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body. After going one round after another, Fang Yuan nodded at He Lulan. He Lulan was already prepared. After receiving Fang Yuan's instructions, she immediately activated the dozens of Gu worms that she had prepared. With the help of these Gu worms, the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the hundreds of Gu worms that Fang Yuan had activated remained at the same spot, flying according to their original trajectory. They let out bursts of light and shadows that connected into one, forming the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was extremely lifelike. At first glance, one would think that the real astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was right in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star Lord Wanxiang did not sense anything strange because he was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only a simple method, it cannot be inspected carefully. If it is raised into a killer move, the effect will be even better. Oh no. He Lulan's expression suddenly froze. She pointed at a place and quickly reminded Fang Yuan, there is a flaw here. Fang Yuan looked over. Sure enough, the simulation of the astral wind flying heavenly boar was missing its anus. How could a flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly controlled his Gu worms, adjusting the simulation and simulating the anus. But He Lulan said again, oh no, oh no. The anus is out, it is gone. Fang Yuan looked and blushed with shame. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's rank is too high, its body is too big, my method cannot simulate it completely, I have already reached my limit. To mend Peter, I have to tear down Paul. He Lulan nodded, her tone was bold and unrestrained as she said without any reservations, then don't change it, keep it, don't have an anus, it will be more realistic. Fang Yuan did as he was told, changing the simulation back to its original state. I say, Fang Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the star hall. There was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the star hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the star hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Fang Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Chapter 728. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul. Because of accident Gu's revival, he was left outside. Encountering desolate Guyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, desolate Guyue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Ice Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Renzu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the gate of life and death. There were two paths in the gate of life and death, one was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of courage Gu. Then, the courage goo was brought in by Renzu and was currently on his body. The northern dark ice soul didn't have the courage to enter the gate of life and death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold, and suffered many hardships. Beiming Ice Soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given Desolate Guyue the meaning of life, resulting in Desolate Guyue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark Ice Soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time, his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Guyue Desolate Een would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. One day, it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The northern dark ice soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the northern dark ice soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North Ice Soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire and found that it was a goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul was very curious and asked, "What goo are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me, I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Goo's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Ice Soul, "My name is Fire." "And who are you?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul said, "I am a human, my name is the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Goo sighed, "So you are a human, I have heard of a famous person, he is called Verdant Great Sunday, so it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Goo and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him." The Northern Dark Ice Soul said happily, Right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Goo continued, "I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry, I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back." The Northern Dark Ice Soul asked, "Fire Goo, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness?" Fire Goo said, "I am one of the least picky goo worms in the world, I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." The Northern Dark Ice Soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Goo. After the Fire Goo ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you give me more food?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Goo. The Fire Goo ate for a long time before sighing, "Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest." The Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment, "How about this, Fire Goo, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you, how about that?" The Fire Goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the Northern Dark Ice Soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the Northern Dark Ice Soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the Fire Goo. After many times, the Fire Goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the northern dark ice soul stopped to rest. The fire goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The northern dark ice soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The northern dark ice soul was frightened, immediately picking up the fire goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the northern dark ice soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, "The one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The dream realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives." The northern dark ice soul gasped for breath. He could not run anymore. The pursuers were about to catch up. At this time, the fire goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The northern dark ice soul was forced by the situation. He could only listen to the fire goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the fire goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The fire goo burned the trees, the tree trunks were burnt to ashes, the branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the northern dark ice soul. He picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Hei Lolan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. "This is the walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Fang Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-star child is a rank 8 goo immortal. He has the ability to explore black heaven. It is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged. He had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Fang Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path goo worms. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were both strength path goo immortals, they needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens, and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8th star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered, it was close to being destroyed. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, it was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang flying out of the Star Hall. A giant dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long, it was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like gray stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying, a vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. "Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon?" Hei Lulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon. After its death, its soul did not leave its body, it turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws, it should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength, no wonder Shirlei was forced out. Fang Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared, its body twisted as it flew towards Shirley. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon, it was its innate ability, it was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw, or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirley's eyes, he did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left, just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirley's eyes opened wide, he raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fang Yuan, Star Lord Wanxiang, and He Lulan's vision, they saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail. It hit Shirley, who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirley was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely, rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful, this was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shirley's angry roar from under the rocks, "Loach, you have successfully angered me, take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open, a small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. He Lulan's eyelids twitched, this immortal killer move activates so quickly. Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic, not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging, looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful, he charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky, the wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, this zombie dragon is not simple, its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. Chapter 729. In the sky, one man and one dragon fought, explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star Lord Wanxiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared, its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous central continent goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful, it was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, He Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky Blessed Land's owner, 7-star child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo. But using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Fang Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo, it was also experienced in battle, when its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful, they could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously, he used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses, it had an advantage in all aspects. He Lulan's expression became more solemn as she watched, she said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use Myriad Self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer, there would be no chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not retort. He Lulan's assessment was reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, she had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience, she did not think highly of herself, she was instead very humble and cautious, she knew her limits. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move True's solid bat wings. But Fang Yuan's speed surpassed He Lulan. Without Myriad Self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus, he could only flee. The icy drill stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. He Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Fang Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, He Lulan could last longer than Fang Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence, he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat. Retreating was not cowardice, but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. If we stay here and risk being discovered, we won't be able to do anything, we might as well retreat to a faraway place. After the two of them came to a decision, they quietly retreated. Their advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, they could reap the spoils later. Right now, the enemy was strong while they were weak, they needed to maintain this advantage. After retreating far enough, He Lulan suddenly said, Actually, I've been thinking about a question. How did they get in? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. I was also thinking about this. There were no investigative goo worms near the star hall we came in from. This is not normal for goo immortals. Based on this, it is likely that they did not come from the star hall. This space was the place where they had first set foot in. And to enter someone's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most common way is to follow a loophole or crack, or use methods like whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo. He Lulan continued. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are unlikely, they need both sides' agreement to construct them. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange, the heavenly spirit has not appeared for a long time, we have been here for so long, but there has not been any encirclement against us. If Shirley and the rest could obtain agreement, they would not be fighting like this. Fang Yuan said. So, loopholes and cracks are most likely. He Lulan snickered. A sinister light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, he said what He Lulan was thinking, they do not have fixed immortal travel like us, it is fine if they have other space path goo worms. If they really came in through a loophole or crack, we can use this to ambush them and scheme against them, we might even have a huge harvest. If Star Lord Wanxiang and Shirley heard this, they would break out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were demons full of evil tricks, but most importantly, they were quick-witted and would not let go of any small clue, they could actually guess how Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang entered the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and He Lulan were about to split up and search for loopholes, the situation in the sky changed again. Shirley could not take down the zombie dragon after a long time, he roared in anger as he was suppressed by it. His body suddenly retreated, and after pulling some distance, his body shook. Immortal battlefield killer move, rolling rock battlefield. The sky changed, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield expanded rapidly, including the zombie dragon and Shirley. From the outside, it looked as if there was a huge gray cloud of stone hanging in the sky, blocking the view of the inside and the outside. He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hearts shook. He Lulan thought, good method, it is actually an immortal battlefield killer move. To form this killer move, at least 3 immortal goo are needed, and the immortal goo have to be related to each other. Fang Yuan thought, rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, vicious lightning fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley would have this method at this time. At the same time, Star Lord Wanxiang also had a different thought, Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the death. What should I do? There are no ancient desolate beasts guarding the 8th star hall, and the battlefield killer move isolates the inside and outside. I should go and scout the 8th star hall first. The more Star Lord Wanxiang thought about it, the more excited he got. After a dozen or so breaths of time, he could not hold back anymore, he turned into a meteor and flew into the 8th star hall. Seeing Star Lord Wanxiang's actions, He Lulan and Fang Yuan stopped their plans. The 2 knew people's hearts well, they were astute people, they immediately guessed that the Star Hall's defenses were weak. Let's take a gamble. Do you dare to take a gamble and charge forward? Fang Yuan and He Lulan transmitted at the same time, they flew up and flew towards the 8th star hall. The 2 arrived at the 8th star hall and found a messy battlefield. As they expected, the 8th star hall had 3 layers of defenses, the first was astral wind flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. With the 3 layers of defenses gone, they could enter the deepest part of the star hall. The 2 activated their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving deeper into the star hall together. Soon, they found the inner hall. The door of the inner hall was open, Star Lord Wanxiang had already entered. Fang Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste precious time, they stealthily entered the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang was in a strange state, his back was facing Fang Yuan and He Lulan, he was standing on the spot, his body was trembling as if he was extremely terrified. Immortal Venerable, spare me. Suddenly, he shouted in a fearful tone, he knelt down on the ground, he was begging for mercy. In front of him, there was an eerie scene. There were no lamps in the inner hall, there was no light, Fang Yuan and He Lulan could only vaguely see a tall throne. Immortal Venerable. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Deceitful tricks. Immediately, Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he took a step forward. He Lulan followed closely behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size, their bodies stiffened like stone. A female figure appeared in front of them. She wore a dark blue robe, her beautiful hair was like a dazzling galaxy hanging down. Her eyes were wide open, she looked down from above, pointing at Fang Yuan and He Lulan, 2 juniors, you have guts, you dare to offend me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down. Rank 9 aura surged, it was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, by Qing Blessed Land. Sunlight passed through the window, shining on a beautiful building in the mountain. In the building, there was a warm and comfortable bed, there was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. This woman was as beautiful as a flower, her skin was fair, her nose was straight, and her lips were red. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head, she was noble and glorious, inviolable. It was Feng Kim Hong. Because of Dream Wing's goo, she had fallen into a peculiar state, it had been a long time since she woke up, the goo immortals of Spirit Affinity House were helpless. A little sparrow chirped and suddenly flew from a tree branch outside the building to the window lattice. Seemingly hearing this sound, Feng Kim Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes, she was awake. Huang heir, my Huang heir, you are finally awake. Almost at the same time, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Seeing that Feng Kim Hong had woken up, she cried tears of joy. She opened her arms and hugged Feng Kim Hong. "Mother, Huang Er was unfilial, I made you worry." Feng Kim Hong also hugged Bai Qing, consoling her sensibly. "Huang Er, it's good that you are fine. Are you injured or do you feel anything wrong?" Fairy Bai Qing became nervous. She touched Feng Kim Huang's face and squeezed her shoulders, inspecting her. "I am fine, mother. This time, I found out the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo. It can actually bring me into a dream realm," Feng Kim Hong said. "Dream realm?" Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. At the next moment, she reacted, her pupils dilated as she showed a bewildered expression. She grabbed Feng Kim Huang's shoulders. "Daughter, are you sure? Is it really a dream realm?" Chapter 730. Yes. Feng Kim Hong nodded with certainty. "I used Dream Wing's immortal goo to travel in the dream realm. I came into contact with many life forms. There were many people, goo masters and mortals. There were many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, field mice. I even met a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. I watched it grow up. Finally, I met an old man. He had a strange temper. He kept muttering to himself. He called himself Kong Ju. He often killed people and dissected corpses. He was truly terrifying. He even blocked my path. I could only dodge left and right. I escaped for a long time. If not for that, I would have woken up long ago." Feng Kim Hong spoke excitedly at the start, but when she talked about Kong Ju, her tone turned gloomy, as if she had lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and looked straight at her daughter. "Mother, what's wrong?" When Feng Kim Hong asked worriedly, Fairy Bai Qing breathed in deeply, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. "Huang Er, your fortuitous encounter is here. It seems you really entered the dream realm. The Kong Ju you are talking about is likely old immortal Kong Ju. In history, he is one of the three old ones along with old eccentric Tian Nan and long hair ancestor. The so-called three old ones are the only three refinement path great-grandmasters in history. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I heard Kong Ju's name." Feng Kim Hong came to a realization, but soon, her beautiful face showed doubt. "But why did I meet old immortal Kong Ju? And why did he capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt like I had many refinement path methods? I have a deeper understanding of some goo worms. When I see a goo worm, I can immediately think of the goo recipe of that goo worm, the refinement materials, the cost and so on. Fortune. Fortune." Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed, tears of joy flowed down her face. "Mother, what kind of place is this dream realm? Why is it so mystical?" Feng Kim Hong asked. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of turbid air. She calmed her emotions and said gently, "Regarding the dream realm, Mother, I do not know much. However, the earliest records of dream realms are in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul, walked into the depths of Black Heaven and obtained fire goo. In Black Heaven, he was chased by many living beings. He had no choice but to throw fire goo behind him to defend against the enemies. The fire goo ignited many of the walking meat trees and spread, igniting the bodies of many wild beasts. For a moment, creatures howled miserably, and flames soared into the sky. "So much food, so much food." The fire goo shouted excitedly. Its voice was no longer as weak as before, it was now majestic and sonorous, even containing a trace of brutality and madness. Dark North Ice Soul was stunned. "Fire, oh fire, how did you suddenly become so huge?" "As I said, I'm not a picky eater. Almost everything is my food. Fire can attract fire, one spark can start a prairie fire," the fire goo proudly said. Suddenly, the flames rose like a wall, and fiercely approached the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly took a step back. The fire goo laughed loudly. "Oh human, don't be afraid. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need to rely on me to deal with those dream realms, so they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you can help me, you are my true friend. If you have any difficulties in the future, just leave it to me. Dark North Ice Soul's heart was at ease. He said joyfully, "That's great, friend." Friend. The fire goo laughed loudly. It suddenly turned into human form and opened its arms, wanting to give Dark North Ice Soul a hug. Dark North Ice Soul took a huge step back in fright. "Oh fire, excessive enthusiasm is the fire of self-destruction, we should maintain our distance." The fire goo stopped helplessly. It circled around Dark North Ice Soul and said, "Oh human, you are so weak, it's not fun." Dark North Ice Soul was surrounded by flames. He quickly waved his hand, "Don't get close, don't get close. It's so hot, it's too hot, quickly make a path for me to leave." The flames had no choice but to make a path. Dark North Ice Soul kept retreating. After running for hundreds of steps, he looked at the surging sea of fire and let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a wild beast suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him and swallowed the northern Dark Ice Soul into its stomach. It's a dream realm. So many dream realms, they are catching up. Many living beings screamed and escaped. "Release my friend." The fire goo shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Dream Realm Beast Group. The Dream Realm Beast Group shrunk under the illumination of the fire. They were like candles that were rapidly burning. They growled and scattered in all directions. The fire goo continued to eat the things along the way, trying to spread towards the Dream Realm that swallowed Dark North Ice Soul. The Dream Realm escaped, but the fire goo chased after it relentlessly. The escaping dream realm became larger and stronger. Its speed became faster and faster, gradually pulling apart the distance between it and the fire goo. It turned out that dream realms absorbed the emotions and emotions of their prey to strengthen themselves. Dark North Ice Soul, who was swallowed by the dream realm, had a strong desire to survive. He also wanted to save his father Renzu at all times. At the same time, he was filled with anxiety. He was worried that he would not make it in time. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because Desolate Guyue died because of the meaning he gave to his life. It could be said that Dark North Ice Soul was the Dream Realm's best prey. The Dream Realm that swallowed him grew rapidly. The fire goo roared in anger, but it was getting further and further away from the Dream Realm. Dark North Ice Soul fell deep into the Dream Realm. He fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he saw Guyue Desolate Een reviving and saying to him with a smile, "Good brother, Big Sister forgives you. Big Sister knows you did not do it on purpose." He saw himself coming to the door of life and death, saving his father Renzu. Renzu praised him, "As expected of my good son, if not for you, I would not have survived." Dark North Ice Soul's face showed a blissful smile. Many days passed just like that. The sea of fire burned furiously. It spread to a large area of black heaven, finally blocking the dream realm. Under the burning of the fire, the dream realm melted into nothingness. Dark North Ice Soul fell to the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly realized that everything in his dream was fake. There was no happiness. What welcomed him was the burning fire goo. But his face was covered in tears. He felt cold and bone-chilling. He cried loudly, questioning fire goo, why did you wake me up? I still want to dream, I still want to be eaten by the dream realm." Fire goo reminded helplessly, "Oh human, you need to know that dreams are often the opposite of reality, they are fake." "I don't want to hear it, I don't care." Dark North Ice Soul cried as he covered his ears, shaking his head. Fire goo said anxiously, "I am your friend, I don't want." Before it finished speaking, Dark North Ice Soul interrupted it, "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire goo heaved a long sigh. It fell into silence and opened up a path for Dark North Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly ran out. He wanted to find another dream realm in the darkness and let it eat him again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing the person in front of them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied, they were stunned on the spot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu masters. Legends about her had been passed down to this day. She was a rare female rank 9 Gu immortal, she was the founder of Wisdom Path and also created Star Path. She was the second-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. Even after her death, she schemed against 3 demon venerables to ensure that Celestial Court did not fall. Right now, she was standing in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, looking down arrogantly as a grand rank 9 aura assaulted them. What in the world is going on? Star constellation Immortal Venerable. She is still alive. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Even though she was extremely confident and wanted to kill her father, Owl Demon, her body was trembling at this moment, her will and body were facing a huge test. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal, she was the legendary star constellation Immortal Venerable who she had heard of since young. He Lulan's legs turned soft, while Star Lord Wanxiang was already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was genuine. Fang Yuan, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This feeling? This feeling. It is actually a corner of the dream realm? He could only scream in his mind, he could not make any sound. He could not move, under the envelopment of the 9 revolutions aura, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber. At the moment of life and death, an intense sense of danger filled Fang Yuan's mind. I need to leave the dream realm quickly, otherwise, my rebirth plan will come to a halt. My plan for eternal life will stop here. True solid bat wings, detonate. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, at the crucial moment, he decisively sacrificed himself to save himself. The bat wings that he had painstakingly formed self-detonated under Fang Yuan's decision. Intense pain assaulted his mind, turning into a formless force that protected Fang Yuan's body. Star constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking deeply at Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie, but he is quite interesting. She had just said that when in Fang Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was gone, the 8th star hall was also gone. In their place was a patch of clouds, a blue-robed Gu Immortal had his back facing Fang Yuan, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me, I, 7-star child, have finally merged the 7 substar spaces, forming a unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have crossed another huge obstacle on my cultivation path, I am 1 step closer to rank 9 realm, 1 step closer." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. 7-star child did not seem to sense Fang Yuan's existence, his back was facing Fang Yuan the entire time, he did not show any signs of turning around. He continued to laugh, his laughter was filled with joy, even Fang Yuan was affected, he became joyful. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart, but his body felt like it was in a world of ice and snow, he felt a chill. Oh no! There is actually a dream within a dream. I just left star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, now I am in 7-star child's dream. Chapter 731. Oh no! A person's dream realm is filled with that person's feelings and emotions. Right now, 7-star child's laughter is making me feel happy, this is a sign that the feelings in the dream are affecting me more and more. Inside 7-star child's dream realm, Fang Yuan felt terrible. He had his previous life's experience, he naturally knew the dangers of dream realms. If he was not careful, a Gu Immortal great expert could get lost in a dream realm and die. Right now, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into the dream realm, the best way to leave was to use intense pain to stimulate himself. But he was an immortal zombie, he had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he retained his sense of pain when transplanting the true solid bat wings, he might have fallen completely into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter just now was simply thrilling to the extreme. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. He immediately realized that this was a dream realm and wanted to leave before falling in. Thankfully, he had the true solid bat wings. The intense pain from the self-detonation surpassed the power of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Immortal Venerable dream. But Fang Yuan had just escaped the tiger's den when he fell into the wolf's lair. 7-star child was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not famous but had outstanding strength. Be it the previous life's Fang Yuan or the current life's Fang Yuan, he was far superior to them. Fang Yuan no longer had any pain to rely on, and for a moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, like he was waiting for death. No, there must be a way, there must be a way. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, he clenched his fists nervously. Sensing his clenched fists, Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with bright light. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Even though 7-star child is rank 8, he is still far from star constellation Immortal Venerable. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I cannot move at all. But in 7-star child's dream, I have not completely lost my ability to move. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his arm with difficulty. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his hand. The simple movement of raising his arm became extremely difficult now. Rise for me. Rise for me. Fang Yuan's eyes were about to split open. He stared at the arm and exerted all his strength. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally raised his arm to the right angle. Then, with great difficulty, he extended his 5 fingers and gathered a cluster of starlight in the center of his palm. Inside the starlight, there were countless tiny ice drills. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The azure starlight illuminated the surroundings with a frosty blue. Seeing this ball of starlight, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction. Not good, I've been evoked with the same kind of happiness. The more I'm affected by the dream, the more I'll lose my ability to move. Fang Yuan reacted and quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Sure enough, as he had guessed, his mobility had been greatly reduced. Originally, he could still raise his arms, but now, he could only move his fingers. The cluster of starlight that he had painstakingly condensed in his hand was his last hope. The hidden dreamscape cannot be attacked by ordinary means. But this horn dream realm is different. It has already manifested. While interfering with external objects, it will also be interfered with and destroyed by external objects. Although this horn dream realm contained the dreams of star constellation Immortal Venerable and 7-star child, it was extremely valuable and it would be a pity to destroy it. Fang Yuan would lose his life if he did not do this. He had no choice but to make this choice. Fang Yuan exerted all his strength, his 5 fingers shook as the icy drill stardust in the center of his palm slowly flew out. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7-star child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha ha ha, ugh. 7-star child's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly, but his body had already shattered like a mirror. Fang Yuan only saw his handsome side profile, but his entire image completely collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's body suddenly became light. It was as if the invisible mountain pressing down on him had suddenly shifted away. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not retreat now, when the dream realm recovered, it would be too late. But 7-star child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan expected. Not only did 7-star child's figure shatter, even the surrounding clouds and the full moon in the sky quickly disintegrated. In a few blinks of an eye, this 7-star child's dream realm completely vanished. How can this be? My icy drill stardust is not strong, it can only temporarily shatter 7-star child's figure at most, it should recover quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from the 8th star hall. The sound waves created a disturbance. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? In the depths of the gloomy 8th star, on a high throne, two bright blue eyes suddenly shone. Then, an immortal zombie with the physique of a normal person suddenly stood up and stepped out. His angry eyes swept around, then stared at Star Lord Wanxiang, He Lulan, and Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan's heart was greatly alarmed. He mustered all his strength and continuously kicked backwards. He did not even have time to turn around, he directly rushed out of the Star Hall. So 7-star child did not die, but turned into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you this much. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he shot another icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Reptile, you are courting death. 7-star child immortal zombie first arrived beside Star Lord Wanxiang. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Star Lord Wanxiang's back. Boom! With a huge sound, a hole was directly kicked out of the 8th star hall. Star Lord Wanxiang's entire chest was almost stomped into nothingness. His battered body was like a shooting star as it was kicked away and smashed into the forest. 7-star child immortal zombie took large strides and walked towards He Lulan. But He Lulan had already been attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the dual stimulation of intense pain and cold, she narrowly escaped from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. 7-star child immortal zombie laughed sinisterly. When he was 50 to 60 steps away from He Lulan, he stretched out his left hand and pushed. He Lulan had not reacted yet. She subconsciously retreated while raising her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out from 7-star child immortal zombie's hand silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. He Lulan's defense was easily destroyed by the starlight pillar in a few blinks of an eye. Fortunately, He Lulan obtained a crucial moment to catch her breath. She quickly changed directions. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack. He Lulan narrowly escaped death. She immediately retreated after escaping from the light pillar. 7-star child immortal zombie hesitated for a moment before twisting his left hand and adjusting the direction of the light pillar. He Lulan dodged left and right, brushing past the Star Billow Pillar several times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it would not last more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths of time, the starlight pillar in 7-star child's hand dissipated. He Lulan successfully escaped from the 8th star hall. She was already rapidly descending towards the forest below. When He Lulan arrived at Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she had actually successfully escaped and kept her life. She did not have a strong defensive method. Even with her strength path extreme immortal recovery ability, she did not dare to be hit by the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. Her earlier retreat was like dancing on the zither of death. If there was any accident, she would die after 4 breaths of time. Fang Yuan grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the depths of the forest. Let's go. 7-star child immortal zombie has been in the dream realm for too long. He is in an abnormal state. There are few thoughts in his mind. His thinking has become rigid. He no longer has the ability to think normally. He Lulan was dragged by Fang Yuan. Their figures were concealed as they stealthily moved around trees one after another, running madly in the dense forest. She was still confused. She kept asking, "Dream realm? The star constellation Immortal Venerable I saw earlier was also a dream realm? What is a dream realm?" Suddenly, He Lulan's words froze. She saw the traces of icy drill stardust on her body and shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan! You actually attacked me? Shut up! I was saving you. Without my icy drill stardust, how could you escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you did not react in time, you would have already been killed by 7-star child immortal zombie's immortal killer move." Fang Yuan did not even turn his head as he replied in a vicious tone. He Lulan was stunned, but soon accepted Fang Yuan's explanation. Ambitious people were always suspicious. He Lulan did not believe Fang Yuan, but she believed in the snowy mountain alliance she established with Fang Yuan. The alliance stipulated that allies were not allowed to harm each other or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the allies had to do their best to save them. If Fang Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack meant to harm He Lulan, he would have died long ago. Now that she saw him running so fast that her arm was hurting, He Lulan understood and struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's arm. I can walk by myself. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan followed closely behind Fang Yuan and continued, I will remember your kindness of saving my life. I will compensate you when we return. You will definitely be satisfied. But what is that dream realm? I am a great strength path extreme immortal. How could I fall into it without any resistance? Dream realm, is it that dream realm in the legends of Renzu? Is it related to great dream immortal venerable? Also, why are you in such a hurry? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up. Fang Yuan scolded, but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings, his speed had decreased greatly. Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Fang Yuan and He Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8th-star hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped. The rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky, it was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven, it attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. Chapter 732. 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned that his attack could not destroy this malignant tumor. He opened his mouth and let out an even more furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Along with his movement, a vast and majestic starlight giant hand immediately condensed and slammed into the rolling stone battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. Under the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield started to crack. From the huge cracks, the scene inside the battlefield could be seen. But it had not collapsed yet. Fang Yuan saw this and quickly retracted his gaze. He continued to run. He Lulan let out a breath of air. She let go of most of her worries. Alright, 7-star child immortal zombie is competing with Shirley. This is for the best. Fang Yuan, why are you running? To save someone. Fang Yuan's reply was simple and concise. He Lulan was even more curious, save who? At this time, Fang Yuan happened to turn around the cliff. He stepped on a cliff and pointed far away. It's him. He Lulan took a look and saw a Gu immortal lying on a pile of broken trees and rocks. It's that star path Gu immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wanxiang's side. The latter's chest had a huge hole. Not only did it go through the front and back, his entire chest was gone, there was only a bit of flesh connecting the two sides. Such a heavy injury made He Lulan take in a deep breath of cold air. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie's stomp. Fang Yuan squatted down, his 8 arms moved around Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse one after another. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, even though his injuries are terrifying, as long as he is willing to spend some money, he can recover. But his soul has already been sucked into the dream realm. Unless we break Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, this Gu immortal's soul will get lost in the dream realm, or turn into another dream realm. He Lulan was standing at the side, also using investigative Gu to search. She said with lingering fear, he can't be saved. His whole soul is mysteriously missing. Is it because of that dream realm? If I hadn't been saved by you, would I have ended up like him? What a pity. Fang Yuan murmured, his hands not stopping moving. If he's still alive, we can not only get important information from him, but we can also get it from him. Furthermore, we can use your slavery immortal goo to make him one of us and work for us. He can even plot against Shirley. Who knows, we might be able to kill Shirley without taking any risks. We can get rid of ourselves and obtain the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to me or not? Hey Lulan stomped her feet angrily. If you are so free, why don't you help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fang Yuan's words immediately attracted He Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lulan quickly bent down and probed with her divine sense, but her divine sense could only move around the immortal aperture's periphery, it could not enter. He died, leaving behind his obsession. Right now, the blessed land has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms did not stop moving, continuously planting all kinds of goo worms on Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star Lord Wanxiang's injuries were healing rapidly. What can I do to help? He Lulan was once again shocked by Fang Yuan's endless and dazzling methods. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. Sealing the blessed land is very troublesome. Fortunately, the land spirit has just formed. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. I do not have enough goo worms now. You need to monitor the situation above, and also communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies to buy these goo worms. Remember, not a single one is missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I understand. He Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup goo that Fang Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Bam bam bam, in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking non-stop. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden. It was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed. The zombie dragon was like a dead snake. It was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state. He was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder blade to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly. His face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this goo immortal expert from combat immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not show any fear or panic, instead his battle intent burned even brighter. Intruder, die. 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky. He pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time, Shirley smiled malevolently, his palm slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These 2 killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight. It tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground. He was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times, and he almost fell down, but in the end, he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook. That attack just now was extremely fast. If he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path Dao marks, and near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless, even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed. His blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. He had just treated his injuries when the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie collapsed. A giant starlight hand flew up, crushing the rock and sending the fragments flying. Roar! 7-star child immortal zombie roared. His body was covered in a bright starry robe. With a loud sound, he flew away, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. The huge force caused the ground under the immortal zombie's feet to crack, forming a circular crater. Shirley's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by 7-star child's sudden burst of speed. Shirley had just activated his defensive immortal goo, when with a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie crashed into him. The immortal goo's defense almost collapsed. Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was spinning as he was sent flying. Oh no, this is an immortal movement killer move. Shirley heard the sound of the wind. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Whoosh! Suddenly, he heard a sound. Shirley turned around with difficulty. He saw that 7-star child immortal zombie was wearing a starlight robe, piercing through the clouds, appearing beside him again. 7-star child immortal zombie flew up with Shirley. At that instant, the immortal zombie stretched out his left hand and grabbed Shirley's head. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. Boom! A huge pillar of light pierced through the clouds, directly piercing through a mountain peak, causing a huge area to collapse. Dust was everywhere. A figure fell down from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shirley. He had been hit by the Star Billow Pillar for 15 breaths of time, but did not die. He still had battle strength left. However, his entire head was charred black, and his originally three-dimensional facial features were blurry, like candles that had melted together. Roar! Shirley opened his eyes. His golden pupils shone with an unprecedented ferocious light. He was filled with anger. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Wang Lei Shan Immortal Monkey Transformation. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward, but was pushed back by the sudden burst of golden light. After the sky-piercing golden radiance dissipated, a giant ape with a height of 15 feet was revealed. The ape was covered in golden fur, like it was wearing golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like rocks. Its huge golden pupils were emotionless, emitting a majestic aura, indifferently reflecting 7-star child immortal zombie's figure. It had a pair of giant hands, with red fingernails that were sharp like swords. When extended, they looked like two sinister claws. The corners of its mouth opened, fangs grew. In an instant, the sharp fangs were exposed. It was as if a demon god had descended to the mortal world. On one side was the giant immortal monkey king, on the other side was the awakened immortal zombie wearing a star robe. The two confronted each other, but did not make a move. Hei Lolan's mind was shaken. She knew that if the two did not make a move, the battle would definitely be earth-shattering. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, quickly, the situation is getting more troublesome. Alright. But without immortal goo, I can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture needs to take root. Fang Yuan was so busy that his head was dizzy. His 8 arms slowly stopped their dazzling movements. He let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the sky. The majestic immortal monkey king and the starry 7-star child immortal zombie entered his sight. Immortal monkey king's golden pupils moved, using the corner of his eyes to look at where Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were. Fang Yuan's disguise method did not deceive Shirley in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he found out. Quickly store the corpse. Hei Lulan had a solemn expression. She quickly grabbed one of Star Lord Wan Xiang's legs and threw him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound of his flute spread throughout the world. Pillars of starlight shot down from the sky. Desolate beasts walked out of the starlight pillars: Diamond Bear, Flying Sword Rat, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Pangolin. After 7-star child immortal zombie thought about it, he finally started to display the advantage of the grotto heaven. He moved the desolate beasts from the 7 spaces in, preparing to gang up on them. Seeing this, Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel without saying a word. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. He Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After a few breaths of time, the two disappeared on the spot. Fixed immortal travel, immortal zombie. Fang Yuan. 3 words appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward again. No matter how brave Shirley was, he would not be foolish enough to continue fighting. He flew down and ran towards the walking meat tree, stuffing the 2 sections into his immortal aperture. Swoosh! A starlight tore through the sky, piercing through Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. Shirley was hit by this move, but his body only shook slightly before he charged towards the flying heavenly boar's corpse again. He already had the intention to retreat. He wanted to make one last profit before leaving. He endured 7-star child immortal zombie's barrage of attacks, running towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse and grabbing it, but he grabbed nothing. What? Shirley was shocked, looking at the crushed mortal goo in his hands. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into rage. It was definitely Fang Yuan's doing. Boom! Chapter 733. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was hit by the star billow pillar. With a loud sound, he fell heavily on the ground, falling face first. 23wx he roared angrily, spitting out the mud in his mouth. He quickly got up. Shirley did not care about the 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky. Thinking of the nearest star demon bat corpse, he rushed towards the location in his memory. As he ran, he knocked down trees and flattened them. In the distance, he saw the corpse of the star devil bat. It was still there, and he couldn't help but rejoice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just at this time, 3 golden lights flew in the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rats. Shirley snorted coldly, not willing to fight. He raised his arms to protect his face. Clang 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 clang, the flying sword rats' fingernails were as long as swords. They clawed fiercely at Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but there was no blood. Instead they were blocked by the seemingly soft golden monkey fur. Metal clashing sounds could be heard. Shirley's transformed form had outstanding defense in the first place. The 3 flying sword rats did not let Shirley go. They were small and nimble. They followed closely, clawing and slashing at Immortal Monkey King's body. Clumps of monkey fur fell from Shirley's body. Wherever Shirley went, monkey fur would fall. Damn it! Shirley cursed. He moved his monkey tail, creating a golden whip image behind him. The flying sword rats were hit by the monkey tail. After flying out, they would fly back and harass Shirley. Just as they were about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear ran over. Get lost! Shirley was furious. He clenched his fists. He swung his arm, his fist sweeping horizontally. The huge brute force actually swept the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew a short distance in the air. It smashed halfway up the mountain, growling, its body trembling. Even though cracks could be seen on its diamond-like body, it stood up as if nothing had happened. Desolate beasts mostly had strong life force, thick skin and thick flesh. Shirley did not want to waste time with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get his spoils of war back. He endured the harassment of the flying sword rats. Finally, he reached the star demon bat corpse, grabbing with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He grabbed nothing. Shirley quickly reacted. He cursed angrily, "Motherfucker, what kind of trick is this?" The simulation was so realistic. Flying bear, right, there are other flying bears nearby. He was hoping for a fluke. The golden-furred monkey turned around. Continue to charge. Along the way, he encountered many desolate beasts that tried to stop him. He used his brute strength to force a path out. During this period, 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky continued to attack, bombarding the golden-furred giant monkey. Even with his outstanding defense in the immortal Monkey King form, his flesh was torn apart by the explosions. Shirley finally arrived near the flying bear's corpse. 5 flying bears were circling the flying bear's corpse, some of them wailing. Some licked the blood on the ground. There was also one that used its head to nudge the flying bear's corpse, causing the image to fluctuate. When Shirley saw this, he no longer had the slightest bit of hope. His hope was completely destroyed, and immediately after, his anger soared to the sky. Looks like these desolate beasts that I killed, were all stolen by that cunning and treacherous little thief, Fang Yuan. These are my things, my spoils of war. You actually dare to steal my immortal Monkey King's goods. How long has it been since something like this happened? Shirley's huge body immediately attracted the attention of the flying bears. Roar, roar, roar. The eyes of the 5 flying bears turned red. They pounced at the golden-furred giant monkey. Shirley did not have the mood to fight them. At this point, he already knew that he could not get any benefits. He immediately wanted to escape. Even though Star-Lord Wanxiang was killed, Shirley also lost the method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But he knew the location of the Grotto Heaven crack. As long as he found that location and used brute force, he would be able to create an even bigger hole and connect to the outside world of Central Continent. Shirley immediately changed his direction, but saw that 5 flying bears were charging at him from the front, and 3 scarlet flame immortal steeds were approaching from the left. On the right, a huge ghost-faced tortoise floated, and behind it was the 7-star desolate hound. In just a short while, he was already surrounded by the desolate beasts. Shirley wanted to charge into the sky, but when he looked up, he saw the Iron Crown Eagle, 9 Palace Crane, and Chi Grand Lion, these 3 desolate beasts circling above his head. Other than that, there was also 7-star Child Immortal Zombie waiting to attack. Forget about the 3 desolate beasts, the crucial thing is this immortal zombie. The golden-furred giant monkey's huge golden eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. He lowered his head and looked around, deciding to break through to the right. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was the size of 3 mountains, floating in the air leisurely. Its body was the largest, and also had difficulty turning. If 7-star Child Immortal Zombie continued to bombard him, Shirley could instead use the ghost-faced tortoise's body as a cover. Shirley made up his mind. He immediately strode forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. The golden-furred giant monkey that he had transformed into was 1.5 times the size of Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, it was like a marble in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise whimpered. Countless spirit beasts came out from the holes on the tortoise's back. The dark blue spirit beasts formed an army of spirit beasts, densely packed, filling the sky as they charged towards the golden-furred giant monkey like a tidal wave. Shirley charged forward, his fists flying everywhere, sweeping away all the spirit beasts that blocked his way. The golden fur's defense was extremely strong. The spirit beasts looked ferocious, but they were all massacred. Shirley used the spirit beast army to avoid the pursuit of the desolate beasts. Only the 3 flying sword rats kept harassing Shirley, causing countless small wounds. This immortal zombie seems to have a problem with his brain. He clearly has strength, but he is affecting each other, unable to use it. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Why would I care about the life and death of the spirit beasts? Shirley had rich battle experience. After bypassing the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the spirit beast army, he continued to move forward. The other desolate beasts could only watch from afar. Even 7-star Child Immortal Zombie was in a daze, as if he did not want to harm the spirit beast army. Finally, Shirley came to the Grotto Heaven's gap. He let out a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly grunted. Blood splattered from his back. These 3 damned rats. Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fists. He sent the flying sword rats flying one by one. Initially, The flying sword rats could not cause much damage, but as time passed, the small injuries became huge. The wounds on his back were already filled with metal path dow marks. The flying sword rats crashed to the ground, but soon flew towards Shirley while chirping. Shirley's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used an immortal killer move, Mudworm. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the mudworm. It was like they were stuck in a swamp. They could not free themselves. Shirley used Earth Root again. Countless earth spikes suddenly shot out from the thick mud mound and swarmed out. They stabbed towards the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced by 100 earth spikes. They died on the spot. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. The spirit beast army was lured away. The desolate beasts charged forward without fear of death. It's too late, fool. Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky mud worm on his body moved, quickly leaving his body and covering the grotto heaven's gap. Shirley placed his hands on the mud worm. He mobilized a large amount of immortal essence. He injected it. Immortal killer move, Earth disintegration. The mud centipede instantly exploded and flowed horizontally. The original crack of the heavenly abode. The grotto heaven's gap was destroyed by this attack. Shirley could see the sky on the other side through the hole. He laughed heartily. He took a large step and forced his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough, he did not have Star-Lord Wanxiang's methods. Thus, in the process of passing through, an immense pressure pressed down on Shirley's body from all directions. Fortunately, Shirley had transformed into a golden fur giant monkey. His defense was dozens of times stronger. He resisted the pressure and passed through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially his back that was injured by the flying sword rats. It was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood were being squeezed out. Shirley gasped in pain. He screamed in his mind, "Who dares to block my path? I am out. Damned immortal zombie, I will beat you up sooner or later. And Feng Yuan, you thief stole my prey. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie, you don't know your limits, you dare to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly. I will let you know the terrible consequences of offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind. At this time, he heard the roars of flying bears. Shirley quickly looked around, only to see 5 flying bears pouncing towards him from 5 different directions. What's going on? He raised his head, only to see that there were still 6 round stars in the sky. Why am I still here? Shirley's shock was no small matter. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him and sneered, "Little monkey, do you think my 7-star space is so simple? But I still need to thank you. If you did not wake me up, I would have died in the dream realm. As a token of my gratitude, I will bury your corpse under my most beloved mountain peak." At this time, 7-star child regained his rationality. He could think normally. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. The 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Get lost. Shirley was about to explode, but starlight flickered around him. His body sank and his movements became extremely slow. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was extremely good. It was even more effective than the immortal offensive killer move earlier. At once, bear paws flew and attacked from all directions. Shirley blocked left and right. He could not protect himself. When he finally broke free from the restraints and rolled away from the 5 bears, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen and covered in bruises. Although he didn't break any bones, he was in excruciating pain all over his body. 7-star child regained his rationality. The danger level increased by several times. I have no choice, I can only seek help from the sect. To think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, would need to ask for help at this moment. Where would I put my old face? Feng Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will teach you a lesson. Shirley screamed in his heart. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Fang Yuan not only stole his battle spoils, causing him to suffer a huge loss, he even kidnapped Star Lord Wan Xiang, causing Shirley to be trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds flew over, while the ghost-faced giant tortoise silently floated in front of them. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child Immortal Zombie, if you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. 7-star child Immortal Zombie smiled proudly, sure, come up. The golden fur giant monkey roared angrily, bursting out with dazzling golden light, forcing 7-star child Immortal Zombie to squint his eyes. When the golden light faded, Shirley returned to his human form, charging into the forest and running rapidly. But, he escaped. He escaped. Immortal Monkey King Shirley, who was famous for his arrogance and bravery in Central Continent, actually chose to escape. If this scene was shown to the public, it would definitely shock many Central Continent Gu immortals. 7-star child Immortal Zombie was dazed for a while before reacting, shouting furiously, you actually dared to trick me? I thought you were an unyielding hero who would fight to the death without retreating. Escape, go ahead and escape, I want to see where you can escape to in my grotto heaven. Chapter 734. This is the place. Fang Yuan looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Where is this? Hey Lulan came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The two used fixed immortal travel to retreat from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and came here. Hey Lulan looked around, she found that this was an underground cave, or the hollow interior of a mountain. There was little light, it was dark, there were jagged rocks, it was very humid, but the space was quite vast. This is Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan said plainly. Earth Abyss? Hey Lulan looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, she knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the extreme west of Central Continent, it was a huge underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into dozens of layers, each layer had an area of hundreds of millions of km2. The space was huge, it was deep underground, there were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. In Earth Abyss, there were countless life forms, it was full of vitality, its unique ecology was different from the surface. This is a good place indeed, the Earth Chi in Earth Abyss is dense, it will shorten the time needed for the blessed land to be placed. Hey Lulan nodded, changing the topic. However, above this Earth Abyss is the headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects, they are like a giant beast, they have dominated the extreme west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treated it as a forbidden area. If you want to place a blessed land here, it will be like planting flowers in someone's garden, are you not afraid of being discovered? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, don't worry, Earth Abyss is extremely deep. Ancient Soul Sect spent thousands of years but only managed to explore the 18th layer, reaching the 27th layer. From the 28th layer to the 36th layer, only Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortals enter occasionally. As long as we plant it below the 40th layer, no matter how big the commotion is, we will not be afraid of being discovered. 40th layer. Why do I remember that Ancient Soul Sect only explored the 36th layer? Hey Lulan had a surprised expression. Fang Yuan chuckled, that is because they are useless, Earth Abyss is deep and eerie. It was beyond the imagination of the world. More than 36 levels. At this point, he couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan was rank 5, he created an endless beast tide from Earth Abyss. Counterattack the ground and bring chaos to Zhongzhou State. The Ancient Soul Sect bore the brunt of the attack and suffered heavy losses. After the beast tide rushed out of the abyss, they kept driving away the beasts on the surface of Zhongzhou State. Gradually, it led to an unprecedented scale of terrifying beast tide that spread throughout the entire Zhongzhou state. In those years, the people of Zhongzhou state were plunged into misery and suffering. Countless small sects were like stones falling into a flood. After a few waves, they disappeared. The leaders of the 10 great ancient sects were busy fighting the beast tides everywhere. It took several years. After clearing the beast tide on the surface of central continent, they invited Gu masters of both righteous and demonic paths. Together, they entered the earth abyss. Because of this, Fang Yuan snuck into the earth abyss to kill wild beasts and obtain resources for his cultivation. Layer by layer, they went deeper and deeper. After reaching the 36th level, the Gu masters found a new tunnel. As they went deeper, it was an even larger underground world. There were countless beast groups, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and all sorts of danger zones. Even after Fang Yuan self-detonated, the exploration of Earth Abyss did not end. Just the 107 levels were discovered. The 36th level that Ancient Soul Sect occupied was only a small portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell He Lulan about the details, he only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw that Fang Yuan was very confident. As if he was confident, she followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they entered was only the 8th floor. Along the way, the two saw many Ancient Soul Sect Gu masters. These Gu masters were mostly in groups, some were hunting wild beasts, some were collecting underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were, but their cultivation level increased correspondingly. From a rank 2 Gu master to a rank 3 and then to a rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to sense Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even in the narrow paths, when they passed by some Gu masters, these mortals did not react at all. At the 30th level, there were no more mortal Gu masters. The surroundings were dark, their vision was greatly restricted. But thankfully, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals, they had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th level, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect was being chased by an ancient desolate beast and 4 other desolate beasts. He was in a sorry state. But this Gu immortal helped Fang Yuan and He Lulan got past the desolate beast camp and arrived at the 36th level. Next, Fang Yuan went to the crucial location according to his previous life's memories. After setting up the 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed at his feet, saying to He Lulan, "My offense is not strong enough, I need you to activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan obeyed. She barely turned into a strength path phantom giant and punched the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and rocks flew, but they did not reach the periphery of the Gu formation. The sound was like thunder, but outside the Gu formation, there was no sound at all. It was quiet and peaceful. The muddy ground was not punched through, there was only a deep pit that was about 70 to 80 feet deep. "Continue, quickly," Fang Yuan urged, jumping down first. He Lulan breathed in deeply, jumping down as she punched. Like this, the huge pit became deeper and deeper. After a few thousand feet, a hole was formed. Thus, Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered the 37th level. He Lulan was sweating profusely, she raised her head and looked back, only to see that the hole above her was rapidly recovering with the help of the Gu formation. This is the 36th level, the weakest area. Even so, it is about 3,000 meters thick. Fang Yuan explained in a timely manner. "How did you find this place?" He Lulan was full of doubts. Fang Yuan chuckled. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie, he could only keep it a secret. He Lulan saw that he did not answer and snorted, but wisely did not continue asking. After entering the 37th level, the path was much more rugged and dangerous. After all, this was the original environment. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were outsiders who had entered for the first time. When the two finally reached the 40th level, the time limit of sealing Star-Lord Wanxiang's immortal aperture was also up. Your estimation was quite accurate. He Lulan placed Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse on the ground. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Fang Yuan willed. Hundreds of mortal goo flew out of Star-Lord Wanxiang's body, like a group of locusts. They flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the final layer of suppression, Star-Lord Wanxiang's body started to shine with starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter, the ground started to shake. Several breaths of time later, countless amounts of earth chi appeared. It was like a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. The starlight stabilized, the piercing light was comparable to the sun at noon in summer. A formless suction force burst out. The surrounding earth chi was being absorbed continuously. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the starlight. What's going on? Earthquake, another earthquake. Leave quickly, the magnitude of this earthquake is very strong. If we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. The Goo Masters in Earth Abyss covered their heads and fled. They screamed in fear, trying to escape from Earth Abyss. They were not surprised. Earth Abyss structure was not stable, earthquakes or collapses occurred frequently. Precisely so, even though Ancient Soul Sect controlled this place, they did not spend any effort to explore it. Large numbers of rocks fell from above, the most dangerous ones were those spear-tipped stalactites. As long as one was hit, even rank 3 defensive goo would not be able to block it. In fact, not only Goo Masters, the living beings living in Earth Abyss were also in dire straits. Many were crushed to death or buried alive. In order to create the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan caused the death of at least 100,000 lives. About 15 minutes later, the starlight stopped absorbing earth chi, forming a square door. The door was completely made of starlight, it floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan let out a breath of air. We finally succeeded, it seems our luck is quite good. Even though the commotion was huge, the wild beasts here did not attack. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead, pushing open the starlight door. He Lulan followed closely behind. The two finally entered Star Form Blessed Land. It seemed to be late at night, the sky was dark and filled with countless stars. Starlight shone brightly, shining on the Blessed Land's surface. It was not dark and gloomy. The entire Star Form Blessed Land was a huge basin. In the middle, there was an indented slope, and at the periphery of the Blessed Land, there was a continuous mountain range, forming a circle, like a wall. So many star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. There were actually star fragment grass growing everywhere. Star fragment grass was supposed to be planted in cloud soil, but the star fragment grass in front of him was planted on black soil. They were growing even better than Fang Yuan's patch in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan praised, this is the benefit of Star Form Blessed Land. Planting related plants is not only easier, it also guarantees a high harvest. He Lulan's gaze was attracted by the spine-fin star dragonfish that were flying leisurely in the night sky. From what she could see, there were 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These huge dragonfish were the size of normal whales, but they looked like carps. On their backs, there were bony spikes growing out of their bodies, extending towards the outside. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as carriages, shining with starlight. But under the sharp observation of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they soon discovered some clear traces of battle. Not far away, a large patch of grassland was still burning, black smoke was rising. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfish had injuries on their bodies. At the end of their vision, those connected mountain ranges also had unnatural gaps, like cheese that was eaten by rats. It seems that this Goo Immortal had an intense battle. Fang Yuan said. That's right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, both my body and soul would have suffered hidden injuries. How could my main body, the Grand Star Lord Wanxiang, die so easily in the 8th star hall. A boy suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Chapter 735. Star-Lord Wanxiang. It's him. Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fang Yuan's face flashed with realization. Land spirit, do you still remember me? Shortly after, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I am the one who bought Star Fragment Grass and the killer move Spring Star Rain from your main body. Star Form Child's gaze flashed. He sized up Fang Yuan again, his expression softening. So it is you. I have some impression of you. Land spirit, you alone cannot take care of the blessed land. Do you want to join one of us? Fang Yuan asked directly. He Lulan stood at the side, showing some nervousness as she stared at the floating Star Form Child. Star Form Child nodded his head, showing a sorrowful expression as he said, I want to protect this foundation. I need to remember the help of others. But I have my conditions. Although Star Form Child originated from Star-Lord Wanxiang's obsession, he had already assimilated with this blessed land. He was the representative of the blessed land's will. Without the help of other Gu immortals, the blessed land would experience calamities and earthly tribulations, eventually perishing. All living beings had the instinct to survive, even the land spirit was no exception. Please speak. Fang Yuan quickly said. Star Form Child frowned, he pouted, and said angrily, the reason my main body died in the 8th star hall was because of Song Zixing. He injured my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and cooperate with immortal Monkey King Shirlei to explore the Grotto Heaven. If you want to become the owner of this blessed land, bring me Song Zixing's head. Song Zixing's head? He Lulan heard this condition. She smiled bitterly. Even though she was not a Central Continent person, she had heard of Song Zixing's name long ago. Song Zixing was a disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc. He obtained the Blood Sea True Inheritance. He did not want to hand it over and chose to defect. To exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu immortals one after another. 5 rank 6s and 3 rank 7s, but Song Zixing killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. The Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a great loss. From then on, he no longer dared to casually attack Song Zixing. Song Zixing was currently at large and was a top expert of the Middle Continent's fiendish Dao. He had rank 7 cultivation level and blood path. He was extremely proficient in fighting. Everyone in Zhongzhou State acknowledged that Song Zixing's combat ability was similar to Shirlei's and slightly weaker than Feng Jioge's. It was all because many years ago, Song Zixing met Feng Jioge on the road. Feng Jioge made 3 moves, and Song Zixing was no match for him, fleeing in defeat. Alright, I'll try my best. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change as he agreed. You guys have to hurry up and do your best. Star Form Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to arrive. If I can't hold on, the blessed land will be destroyed. Even if you meet the requirements, it's useless, Astrology Boy warned. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, if that's the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Astrology Boy immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. I will not let external Gu immortals stay in Star Form Blessed Land for more than 7 minutes. The human heart is unfathomable, only my master can help me pass the tribulation. Not long later, I will use Jewel Yellow Skies to spread this news and let more people deal with that damned Song Zixing. He Lulan's heart sank, but she was shrewd and maintained a calm expression. She deliberated over her words before saying, Land Spirit, you have to be careful. The human heart is unfathomable, greedy wolves might attack your blessed land. Astrology Boy smiled, don't worry, I am not an idiot, I won't tell them the location of this place. You can only enter Star Form Blessed Land if you fulfill my conditions. You guys can leave, remember not to tell anyone else about the Blessed Land's location. The land spirit chased them away. Fang Yuan did not force them to stay. He took his leave and returned to Earth Abyss with He Lulan through the Blessed Land's entrance. They had just stepped out of Earth Abyss when the entrance behind them vanished completely. The Blessed Land was a small world, even though it was underground and absorbed Earth Chi. As long as the entrance was not opened, it was extremely well hidden. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were silent. After clearing all traces of their surroundings, they used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The surroundings were safe. The first thing the two had to do was to split the loot. This time, I entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven without any mishaps. My gains are huge. I am regretting it now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to a 40-60 split. He Lulan sighed as she took out the loot from her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This pig seems to be an ancient desolate beast. There is still a lion desolate beast that is not dead. At once, little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted. She looked at the desolate beasts on the ground in shock. Scarlet Divine Stallion, Flying Bear, Star Demon Bat, Chestnut Yak, a total of 7 desolate beast corpses. There was also a yellow jade lion that was on the verge of death, hanging on to its last breath. Other than that, there was also the astral wind flying heavenly boar, this ancient desolate beast corpse. There were also hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. And finally, there were close to 10 mysterious trees. These trees formed a forest. When they first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had once trapped Fang Yuan and He Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees, so they collected some into their immortal apertures. Later, a star desolate hound attacked and disrupted the two's collection. A desolate beast corpse could be sold for about 40 immortal yuan stones. And ancient desolate beasts were sold for even more, 10 times the price of desolate beasts, that was 400 immortal yuan stones. Hearing this, the price of ancient desolate beasts seemed to be unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill. Not only did they have battle strength comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks. Ordinary mortal killer moves were useless against them. Even immortal killer moves would be difficult to deal with. Ordinary immortal killer moves used rank 6 immortal Gu as the core. Against ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a small dagger to stab an elephant. Although it was effective, it needed to accumulate injuries. Only immortal killer moves that were formed using rank 7 immortal Gu could be effective against ancient desolate beasts. This way, immortal killer moves that involved immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. The cost of killing ancient desolate beasts would be high. They would often need to expend hundreds of green grape immortal essence beads, or dozens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the true net profit was often only about 100 immortal yuan stones. Although it was much higher than killing desolate beasts, there were still 2 factors to consider. First, the huge risk of fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not every Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would often choose to retreat when facing ancient desolate beasts. Only a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, and an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses. A total of 280 immortal yuan stones. The dying yellow jade lion was worth 80 immortal essence stones for the time being. Astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, 400 immortal yuan stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. About 30 immortal yuan stones. I don't know the origin of these mysterious trees, I won't count them for now. This way, I have a total of 790 immortal yuan stones. He Lulan calculated the result she obtained. Even she was somewhat tongue-tied. Close to 800 immortal yuan stones. Undeniably, this was a huge windfall. He Lulan's breathing became rapid. Ever since she ascended to Gu Immortal, she had been calculating her expenses 1 by 1 immortal yuan stone. But now, she suddenly had close to 800 immortal yuan stones in her hands. Fang Yuan's situation was better than He Lulan. Using Wisdom Gu's unlimited brilliance, he transacted with Lan's spirit of Langia. He had more than 10 immortal yuan stones. Dozens of immortal yuan stones. But even so, facing the wealth of 800 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in his previous life, he did not have such an experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the most immortal essence stones he had on hand was no more than 60 pieces. According to the 40-60 split, Fang Yuan could obtain 474 immortal yuan stones. This is a huge harvest, mainly because we did not expend any immortal essence because of the battle. Fang Yuan calmed the waves in his heart and said, "Hee, that arrogant monkey is probably going to explode from anger. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan asked worriedly, after all, this involved such a huge profit. "He won't." Fang Yuan shook his head, "To us, this is a huge profit. But to a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, he would have thousands of immortal yuan stones. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu immortals would have hundreds of immortal yuan stones. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would have thousands of them. Strength and wealth were directly proportional. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were new Gu immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Gu immortals and were working hard with new identities. They had started from scratch and were poor. As for Fang Yuan's previous life, he was short of money. One reason was because Blood Path was not good at managing and was good at fighting. The other was because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The battles were frequent and the expenditure was huge. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Moreover, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent are famous righteous sects. They have a longer history than almost every super force in the other 4 regions. These great sects need order and stability. They need face and reputation. Shirley will definitely take revenge on us, but he will not do it forcefully. He will use righteous path methods to suppress us. After all, we have the reputation of Crane Gate. He Lulan nodded, agreeing with Fang Yuan's point. She showed a look of pity on her face. It is a pity that we did not get that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant and a legendary item. Its price is even higher than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Fang Yuan said, "I don't think so." At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, star form blessed land was much more important. Then how are we going to split star form blessed land? He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, her expression turning solemn. This involved huge benefits. She would not be so kind as to give it away. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because they could be valued. Star form blessed land was not easy to value, because immortal yuan stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was a treasure trove. Not only could it produce resources endlessly, after annexing it, the Gu immortals' cultivation level would be greatly boosted. It could be said that a blessed land or grotto heaven was the greatest achievement of a Gu immortal's lifetime of cultivation. Fang Yuan frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Star form blessed land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete fairly. Whoever meets the land spirit's conditions will obtain star form blessed land. The other side will have to accept the result without any compensation. Star form blessed land was obtained by the 2 of us. Only the 2 of us can participate in this competition. We cannot interfere with each other. Other than us, even if Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunsheng want to snatch star form blessed land, we will work together to stop them. What do you think?" Chapter 736. Central Continent, by Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shone on this small world. Mountain streams flowed, ancient trees reached the sky, and lush greenery formed a shade. As the wind blew, the sunlight shone through the gaps of the leaves, causing it to sway beautifully. Feng Jin Huang lay down on the green grass with her back against a big tree. She took a deep breath as the breeze blew past her. The fresh air was mixed with a hint of the pleasant smell of grass. The Legends of Renzu was beautifully framed, quietly lying in Feng Kim Huang's hands. It was already at the last few pages. Feng Kim Huang's bright eyes were like water, staring at the pages without blinking. Although she had heard of Renzu's stories since young, because of the wondrous experience in the dream realm, and after reading the Legends of Renzu with an inquisitive mind, Feng Kim Huang had many new and different feelings. The Legends of Renzu's final words were, Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, even Renzu himself was about to die of old age, about to reach the end of his life. Before his death, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into Derivation Gu's stomach and being eaten. A large number of dream realms followed the smell of the food and entered Derivation Gu's mouth. Derivation Gu's stomach burst and exploded, countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. Because of the dream realm's derivation, the newly born mortals will have dreams during their sleep at night. People are often immersed in their dreams, like northern dark ice soul, unable to extricate themselves. As Feng Jin Huang pondered, she stretched out her slender hand and closed the Legends of Renzu. Then, she stood up. Mother, send me back to the house, I am a little tired. She called out softly. All right. In the next moment. At the next moment, Feng Kim Huang heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle reply. Feng Kim Huang suddenly vanished on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in her own room in splendid building. In her room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Kim Huang's eyes lit up, happily saying, Oh, mother, why are you free today? Why didn't you go and harmonize the earth chi? When a Gu master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu immortal, their aperture can absorb heaven, earth, and human chi. When it became an immortal aperture, it would be a small world. Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture and raise their cultivation level. But as the immortal aperture world carried more things, gradually, there was not enough heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Just like that. As the tree in the pot grew taller and taller, the original pot became smaller, and the soil became barren. At this time, the Gu immortal would place the blessed land on the ground and absorb earth chi, or place the grotto heavens in the sky and absorb heaven chi. The chi of heaven and earth was absorbed. It would stabilize the blessed land and grotto heaven, and increase the foundation of the immortal aperture. His cultivation stabilized. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating faster and more steadily. Fairy Bai Qing's current situation was that she had managed the blessed land for a period of time, it was no longer stable. She planted the blessed land on the ground and lived in it, absorbing and harmonizing the earth chi of central continent's large region every day. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her adorable daughter with a loving gaze, praising, Huang heir, it seems that your dream realm experience this time has greatly strengthened your mental state. If it were in the past, you would have made a fuss and asked me to accompany you. But this time, I harmonized the earth chi for 3 days and 3 nights without accompanying you. You quietly read books and refined Gu, your mental state is much more mature than before, I am very pleased. Of course. Feng Kim Huang smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She raised her head slightly, the phoenix coronet on her head jingled as she said proudly, Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood, how can I embarrass you too? Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing, the latter also laughed, ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost everyone has dreams, over the years, countless geniuses, even immortal venerables and demon venerables have their own dream realms. These dream realms condensed into one, forming an unprecedentedly huge secluded realm. Huang heir, your dream wings immortal Gu allows you to freely enter dream realms, it is a movement immortal Gu that allows you to enter dream realms freely without being affected by them. This is a huge fortuitous encounter for you, you need to grasp it well. I understand, mother. These last days, I have been trying to refine Gu. I found that my refinement path attainment level has already reached quasi-master. The benefits of dream realms are too great. I have always lacked interest in refinement path, I have never practiced it before. But after traveling through the dream realm, my attainment level has increased by leaps and bounds. I have left many people in the sect far behind. Feng Kim Hong sighed. When you traveled through old immortal Kong Ju's dream, you unintentionally obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But this is also because old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great grandmaster to begin with, you benefited from it. There are too many dream realms, you might not be so lucky next time and encounter the dream realm of someone like old immortal Kong Ju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Kim Hong did not mind, he laughed, if I can't encounter it, so be it. I have no interest in refinement path to begin with. If I encounter the dream realm of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable next time, that will be fine. Sigh, but it is a pity that I walk metal path, none of the 10 venerables in history have cultivated this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped, she said solemnly, Huang Er, don't let your guard down. You escaped unscathed this time because you were lucky, the dream realm you encountered was not dangerous. If you really encounter a venerable's dream, you need to leave immediately. The strength of a venerable is not something you can imagine. Feng Kim Hong stuck out his tongue, he quickly said obediently, Yes, mother, I understand. Fairy Bai Qing's expression softened, she took out a letter Gu, this is a letter from your father, he has already successfully broken through the regional wall, after entering northern plains, he found a place to rest. He does not know that you have awakened yet. But since he has already sent a letter, we will use this letter Gu to reply. You can also say a few words, that will put your father's mind at ease, he can focus on this mission to enter northern plains. Father's letter. Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened, he jumped over and snatched the letter Gu from Fairy Bai Qing's hands, he inspected it with his mind. But he could not read it. Feng Kim Hong pouted, so it is father's information path immortal Gu, messenger green bird, I am still immortal, I cannot read it. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she rubbed her head, your father is currently in northern plains. Without using an information path immortal Gu, how can he pass through the regional wall? Why are you so anxious, I just praised you for being more mature. Saying so. Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Kim Huang's mind. Feng Kim Hong was familiar with this, thoughts appeared in his mind and converged with his will, he instantly saw the contents of Feng Jioga's letter. Father. Feng Kim Hong saw Feng Jioga's letter, he was very concerned about him, his eyes turned red. I really want to see father immediately. I want him to see my current refinement path cultivation. He has always been brooding over my refinement path attainment level. Feng Kim Hong muttered. Don't worry, mother will tell your father in the letter. Don't say it, don't say it. I want to give father a surprise. Alright. Fairy Bai Qing took out another letter Gu, it was still messenger green bird Gu. But it was a rank 5 mortal Gu. This is also a letter for you, it is from Fang Yuan. It was sent over earlier. Take a look. Fairy Bai Qing said. Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong heard this name. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger, her brows furrowed and her beautiful face flushed with anger. She grabbed the letter snatch Gu and inspected it. Fang Yuan wrote a lot of content in the letter, he first praised Spirit Affinity House, his words hinted that he was going to join them, then he agreed to Feng Kim Huang's challenge and apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter. It was this sentence, I have appeared in Hu immortal blessed land, the door is open. I respectfully welcome Fairy Feng Kim Huang's arrival. I have long heard of Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea. If I can enjoy tea after exchanging pointers, I will naturally be very happy. Humph. He is very leisurely and elegant, he still wants to drink Qingpu tea. He still wants to enjoy tea. Evil thief. Perverted thief. I wish I could cut you into 8 pieces and feed your bones to the dogs. Feng Kim Huang's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. She exerted strength in her hand and squeezed the letter, sending green bird goo until creaking sounds could be heard. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter goo. Huang heir, this is what mother is going to tell you in detail. I have to say, Fang Yuan has surpassed our expectations once again. He is no longer the same as before. If you want to spar with him, you will only lose. There is no chance of winning. What? Feng Kim Hong stared with wide eyes, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in astonishment. Fairy Bai Qing told her that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, and that the force behind him was mysterious and strong, even repelling Crane Gate's attack to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie. Feng Jin Huang muttered to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that it was her own mother who said this, she wouldn't have believed it. How long has it been? He has already advanced to an immortal. He is about the same age as me. How can he have such a deep foundation to charge to Gu immortal realm? Feng Kim Hong was extremely puzzled. Fairy Bai Qing answered, our 10 great ancient sects also have many speculations about him suddenly becoming an immortal zombie. Raising one's foundation, although difficult, is not impossible. There is one example in front of us, that is the dream realm. Other than this, we are guessing that the force behind him has a special immortal ascension method that can raise a Gu master to an immortal zombie. But after becoming an immortal zombie, one's cultivation will stagnate and cannot continue to advance. Feng Kim Hong frowned. That is indeed the case. But think about it. A rank 5 mortal Gu master, compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is naturally much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Kim Hong showed a disdainful expression. Regardless of whether he is eager for success or was forced to do so, he will not be my match in the future. He is in a hurry to challenge me now. It is likely that he wants to use this limited time to bully me, and in the future, it will be my turn to bully him. This cowardly mouse, a shameless and despicable guy. Huang heir, don't be blinded by the hatred in your heart. Fairy Bai Qing's expression became solemn. Fang Yuan is not simple. This challenge letter was written before the attack on Crane Gate. His true intention is to establish a relationship with our spirit affinity house. It is a ploy to drive the tiger away. He is now sitting on Dang Hun Mountain and wants to do business with our 10 great ancient sections. His name has spread throughout Central Continent. Almost every Gu immortal knows of his existence. Mother, I was wrong. I was a little agitated. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm. How are you going to respond to this letter? Whether you ignore it or reply, it is up to you. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested him. Feng Kim Hong said without hesitation, of course I have to reply. Since this challenge letter was written by me, he has already responded. If I avoid the battle because of his immortal zombie status, it would make me look weak. But... She rolled her eyes. The enemy is strong while I am weak. Only a fool would fight him head-on. Coincidentally, our Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. I will use Refinement Path to defeat him in front of everyone's eyes. Let me vent my anger first, then we'll talk. Mother, do you think this is okay? Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. This is a good move. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with bright light. In the following days, I will use Dream Wings Immortal Gu to find Refinement Path Gu Master's dreams and rapidly accumulate my Refinement Path foundation. I can use him as an opponent to temper myself and raise my cultivation level. Fairy Bai Qing smiled, patting Feng Kim Huang's head. That is my good daughter. Chapter 737. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit, I have brought you a living desolate beast, take a look at it first. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture and activated more than 10 goo worms, taking out a lion and placing it on the ground. This lion was as large as a giant elephant. Its body was brownish-yellow in color, its thick mane covered almost half of its body. It was sleeping and snoring. It was a yellow jade lion. Its injuries were severe and it was on the verge of death. But as long as it was alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and resources, it would not be a problem to heal it. Lan's spirit of Lengya stroked his beard as he walked around the yellow jade lion. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were completely undone. Good lion, even when sleeping, it still has a fierce expression. Not bad. Saying so, Lan's spirit of Lengya stretched out his hand and pried open the yellow jade lion's mouth, revealing its closed teeth. Good teeth. Lan's spirit of Lengya praised. His hand moved down to the middle of the lion's hind legs. Throughout the process, Lan's spirit of Lengya had been activating goo worms. After inspecting it, he said in satisfaction, "Not bad, it is full of energy and can breed. But unfortunately, my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land, it is not proficient in raising these fierce beasts." Lan's spirit of Lengya had raised 12 desolate beasts, he had already gained some experience in raising them, looking at his experienced appearance, he was not a novice. But Lengya blessed land was a refinement path blessed land, there was a higher chance of success when refining goo worms here. But it had no supplementary ability in raising beasts. And Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land, it was proficient in raising foxes. The fox groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had a higher chance of raising desolate beast foxes. Blessed lands and grotto heavens were all different, they had their own specialties. This was because blessed lands and grotto heavens were Gu Immortal's immortal apertures. When Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension, they absorb heaven and earth chi, and according to their own understanding of heaven and earth, they use Gu worms of all sorts of paths to create an immortal aperture world. Lengya Land's spirit was very satisfied with this yellow jade lion, he straightforwardly handed 88 immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan, at the same time, he also gave the details of unfamiliar face. In front of the land spirit of Lengya, Fang Yuan immediately browsed through it. This killer move had an extraordinary origin, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this is truly an ingenious idea. Fang Yuan sighed in admiration, there are only over 300 Gu worms here, but they are related to Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. Some Gu worms were rather rare. It seemed that to recreate this killer move, he would have to wait for a period of time and gather all the Gu worms. Lengya, do you have these related Gu? Land's spirit of Lengya shook his head and chuckled, why would I keep these Gu in my hands? I can't use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, these 3 killer moves are from the same series. What you obtained is a mortal killer move that can transform into someone that others do not recognize. If you recognize them, you will be exposed. As for the other 2, they are immortal killer moves, you can disguise as someone you know without being exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seemed to have also left behind this inheritance, if you have the opportunity, you might be able to obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime, who knows. Fang Yuan smiled confidently, my suggestion is this, in the future, you will be in charge of deducing immortal Gu recipes, every time you encounter a problem that you cannot proceed with, I will help you deduce a step and overcome this difficulty, I will only charge you 2 immortal Yuan stones each time. What? This transaction. Land's spirit of Lengya fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Long-Hair Ancestors' land spirit, his refinement path attainment was at quasi-great grandmaster level, he was also very skilled in deducing immortal Gu recipes. The reason why these immortal Gu remnant recipes could not be deduced successfully was because they encountered obstacles, if they could not figure it out, they would not be able to walk out. If they could pass this obstacle, many immortal goo recipes might be completed smoothly. This way, Land's spirit of Langya only needed to pay Fang Yuan 2 immortal yuan stones. It was much cheaper than before. Of course, if the immortal goo remnant recipes had more difficulties, Fang Yuan might be able to earn more immortal yuan stones. But Land's spirit of Langya was confident that with his refinement path attainment, he would definitely be able to solve more problems than before. This way, Fang Yuan lad, your income is going to be low. Ah, I almost forgot, you are selling guts goo now, your business is booming, are you not interested in this little bit of money? Land's spirit of Langya suddenly realized. Fang Yuan smiled, Land's spirit, this transaction is also beneficial to you. You obtained so many immortal goo recipes and regained your freedom, you can refine immortal goo. But refining immortal goo has a high chance of failure, the success rate is too low, the resources consumed are endless. I am helping you save on immortal yuan stones, aren't you going to thank me? I knew you would say that. Land's spirit of Langya rolled his eyes, nodding, I can agree to this, but I have a condition. What condition? This is a long story, do you know about that auction that Qin Baisheng organized? Although Land's spirit of Langya could not leave the blessed land, he was very clear about the situation in northern plains. Of course I know about it. Fang Yuan nodded. Land's spirit of Langya continued, you know that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Langya blessed land. They all failed, and I also captured many goo immortals during this process. I plan to sell them all, or more accurately, sell their blessed lands. Sell blessed lands? Fang Yuan looked at Land's spirit of Langya in astonishment, he did not expect him to be so generous. Is this business good? Fang Yuan said with a solemn expression, it is thousands of times more popular than my guts goo business. Goo immortals buy these blessed lands and annex them, not only would their cultivation level rise, they would also be able to avoid many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But why don't you keep them for yourself? Land's spirit of Langya shook his head, to completely annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needs at least master attainment level of the corresponding path. To completely annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needs grandmaster attainment level. And to annex a rank 8 grotto heaven, one needs great grandmaster attainment level. Even though my refinement path attainment level is high, I do not know much about other aspects. Of course, the main reason is that I do not want to annex. My Langya blessed land has already reached the peak of a blessed land, if it advances another step, it will become a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations are much greater than a blessed land's. Back then, Langya grotto heaven was meticulously reduced by me and turned into a blessed land, how can I raise it again? Fang Yuan realized, that's true. Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction? Land's spirit of Langya gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone, you are so smart. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching, who has the ability to capture these goo immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Langya blessed land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Langya blessed land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Inkman City Lord Mo Tan sang, isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal, his background is not good, he has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family and Inkman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land's spirit of Langya shook his head. Oh. You don't want him to die, you want me to die. Don't make it sound so bad, don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? As long as you have this killer move, other goo immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land's spirit of Langya said in a submissive tone. Fang Yuan sized up the land's spirit, I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move. It turns out you had planned it long ago. Lan's spirit of Langya could not endure it anymore. He stared with wide eyes and raised his voice. Rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring. When have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by you, even 88-point Jinyang Tower was toppled. As long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the gains from selling the Blessed Land, no matter what. It should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60. You are too greedy. You actually want 40% right off the bat? Lan's spirit of Langya shouted. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. His expression was grim. You misunderstood, Lan's spirit. What I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Lan's spirit of Langya was stunned. Even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Fang Yuan's face. You have the cheek to say such words. Why would I? Fang Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall. I am risking my life here. I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price. I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance. That means there is no room for discussion. Think about it again. This is my price. There is still some time before the auction. I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan opened a stargate. Chapter 738. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, concentrating on the pair of bat wings in front of him. In front of him, a pair of large bat wings floated in the air. The bat wings were covered with tiny scales. These dark blue scales were only the size of a pinky finger, and they constantly refracted light with the light, looking like specks of starlight. After Fang Yuan returned from Langya Blessed Land, he started to deal with the star demon bat's bat wings. After 9 days and 9 nights, it was the crucial moment now. Whether I can repair this pair of bat wings completely depends on this. Fang Yuan willed, taking out immortal goo from his immortal aperture. He flicked his finger, throwing the crucial mortal goo out. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid. After hitting the bat wings, a layer of green light appeared. The light flowed like water. The green light spread and soon covered the entire bat wings. After a while, the green light faded. The entire star demon bat wings were covered in a layer of fine green fur. Fang Yuan observed carefully. His 10 fingers moved in turns. Following his movements, the green-haired bat wings rotated in the air, displaying from all angles for Fang Yuan to observe. Fang Yuan opened his fingers. The 2 contracted star demon bat wings also unfolded. Fang Yuan saw that the inside of the bat wings was also covered in fur. He nodded in satisfaction. When Shi Lei killed this star demon bat, he did not hold back. The bat wings that I obtained were greatly damaged. Now that I have spent so much effort to repair them, I do not have much confidence in whether I can repair them. Fang Yuan sighed, standing up. He waved his hand. Hundreds of goo worms flew out, circling around the green-haired bat wings and protecting them. Next, Fang Yuan walked around the bat wings, walking out of this secret room. He closed the secret room's door. The green-haired bat wings were shrouded in the darkness of the secret room. Fang Yuan stood outside the door, lightly stomping his feet, calling, "Where is the land spirit?" "Master, Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fang Yuan. Her large eyes were shining. She had an expression of seeing Master again on her face. "I asked you to pay attention to the Jewel Yellow Skies business. How is it going?" Fang Yuan asked as he walked. Little Hu Immortal followed behind, answering, "Master sold all the desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. These last days, only 1 desolate beast corpse was sold." Since immortal Monkey King Shirley had already discovered Fang Yuan directly sold these desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. He had discussed with He Lulan, they would each take what they needed. Fang Yuan took the yellow jade lion and the star demon bat wings, while He Lulan took the flying bear corpses. And Fang Yuan was in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would give 40% of the profits to He Lulan. He Lulan was not afraid of him going back on his words. After all, the Snowy Mountain Alliance was there. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses were highly sought after. They were rare and sold in jewel yellow skies within 4 to 6 hours. It was very easy to earn immortal Yuan stone. But Fang Yuan did not want immortal Yuan stone this time. He arranged a will to announce to the other Gu immortals, if you want to buy these beast corpses, you have to exchange for them with specific items. First was the method to turn immortal zombies into humans, or information, or clues. Second was the Gu recipe of white lotus giant silkworm Gu, or Gu worms, or related information or clues. Third was the wings of the desolate beast bat. Fourth was the top-tier mortal killer move, the more outstanding the better. Fifth was Battle Bone Will Gu, a bone path Gu worm that could be used to form the killer move White Bone Chariot. Last were Wisdom Path inheritances, or information, or clues. Of these 6, the higher the ranking, the cheaper it would be to buy the beast corpses. Fang Yuan's Guts Gu business was extremely prosperous now. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone for the time being, thus he wanted to barter. Precisely because of this, the desolate beast corpses that were in high demand and easy to sell in the past were now so hard to sell. More than 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land, but only one desolate beast corpse was sold. Oh. You sold that beast corpse, what did you get for it? Fang Yuan asked with interest. I sold an entire chestnut yak for a pair of desolate beast bat wings, as well as an investigative killer move called 100 Li Ai. Little Hu immortal answered. The price of mortal killer moves in jewel yellow skies normally did not exceed 6 immortal Yuan stone. There were detailed differences. Mortal killer moves that sold half an immortal Yuan stone were all at the bottom, but it was better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that sold 1 to 2 immortal Yuan stones were ordinary, but if used properly, they could be of some help to the Gu immortal. For example, the spiral star drill spear that Fang Yuan had seen before but did not buy was worth 1 immortal Yuan stone. There was also Spring Star Rain. Star Lord Wan Xiang sold it for 1/2 immortal Yuan stone. And the poison breath technique that Fairy Li Shan gave to Fang Yuan could be sold for 2 immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan's previous defensive killer move hair armor was worth 2 immortal Yuan stone. It was at the peak of ordinary killer moves. There was also Tai Bai Yunqing's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring. It could absorb a certain amount of the opponent's attack and counterattack. It was worth 2/2 immortal Yuan stone. Mortal killer moves that sold 3 immortal Yuan stone belonged to middle tier. It was a trustworthy method. For example, Western Desert Mo Clan's Gu Immortal Plump Lady's killer move Hidden Dragon Sand Coffin was worth 3 immortal Yuan stone. Mortal killer moves that sold 4 to 5 immortal Yuan stone had outstanding power and could not be underestimated. They were powerful methods that could change the situation to a certain extent. Fang Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust, because it was mixed with Do Min Jun's inheritance, its price was raised to 4 immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan's modified lion fur armor based on hair armor was worth 4.5 immortal Yuan stone. And mortal killer moves that could be sold for 6 immortal Yuan stone belonged to the peak of ordinary killer moves. They were rarely available in the market. Fang Yuan's newly created movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, if he had 3 pairs of bat wings, its effect would be at this level. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced a Gu immortal's battle strength. When Fang Yuan had Icy Drill Stardust, hair armor, and light illusion bat wings, his battle strength had already reached upper tier rank 6. In his previous life, before Fang Yuan self-detonated, he had more than 10 mortal killer moves, most of them were at the peak of 6 immortal Yuan stone. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 6. But with rank 7 cultivation, it was different. Immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods. As for those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence, they were not used often, they were used as trump cards. Most Gu immortals did not have immortal Gu, they were rank 6 Gu immortals. But there were even fewer Gu immortals that could cultivate to rank 7, they had gone through countless calamities and tribulations, their aptitude, temperament, and foundation were the cream of the crop among those rank 6 Gu immortals. If they did not have immortal Gu, it would be unjustifiable. With immortal Gu, there were immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves were also modified from the foundation of mortal killer moves. Like Hei Lulan, she was trying to modify her strength path killer move into an immortal killer move. Often, an immortal Gu could form different immortal killer moves depending on the other mortal Gu. Thus, many Gu immortals had offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive immortal Gu. For example, Fang Yuan's myriad self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was only a supplementary immortal Gu that helped Gu immortals cultivate soul path. 100 Li I. Hearing Little Hu immortals reply, Fang Yuan nodded, evaluating, this mortal killer move is worth 6 immortal Yuan stone, it can allow Gu immortals to observe the surroundings within 100 li like looking at the lines on their palm. Not bad, I lack such an investigative killer move. Of course, I am even more satisfied with the pair of desolate beast bat wings. Saying so, he asked, did anything happen in the blessed land these last few days? Little Hu Immortal shook her head, reporting to Fang Yuan that everything was normal. Such peaceful days were too rare for Fang Yuan, especially after his rebirth. But Fang Yuan did not dare to slack off. Ever since his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he saw the manifestation of the dream realm, he felt a sense of urgency, he could vaguely sense the change of the era. In the next few days, Fang Yuan started to deal with the newly obtained bat wings. At the same time, he arranged for the old hairy men in the blessed land to refine Gu. Air sac Gu that could store guts Gu was naturally the main refinement project for the hairy men. Other than this, Fang Yuan also split up the refinement steps of group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, teaching them to the hairy men and letting them practice it first. These 2 Gu recipes were not like others, they were ancient Gu recipes, the materials were scarce and hard to find in the current era. Thus, Fang Yuan first used other similar materials and Gu worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency, only when Fang Yuan was satisfied with their proficiency would he start refining these 2 Gu. Fang Yuan's aim was not to raise idlers, since the hairy men had already been purchased, he would squeeze out every bit of value from them. 3 days later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no movement in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had only processed less than half of the newly purchased bat wings. But the star demon bat wings were ready to be refined. Fang Yuan opened the secret room's door and entered again, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. At this time, the green hair on the bat wings was already very dense and lush. Success or failure will be revealed now. Fang Yuan used a mortal Gu, snapping his fingers as sparks flew out. The sparks landed on the green-haired bat wings, and with a soft sound, the sparks ignited the green hair, forming a green flame. The flame appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings that were floating in the air had already been burned, revealing a pair of black bat wings. The tiny blue scales on the bat wings were completely gone, replaced by a thick layer of ash. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes flashed with disappointment. I failed. He let out a breath of turbid air. The weak air flow landed on the bat wings, causing them to shatter on the ground like charcoal. The earlier bat wings were too heavily injured. In order to kill the star demon bat, Shirley first destroyed the star demon bat's wings. Because of the severe damage to the wings, the star demon bat could no longer display its flying advantage, and was eventually killed by Shirley. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.